Good morning. Thousands of mourners from every corner of the state are about to pay their respects to 3 fallen first responders.
That's right. Alongside Aaron Hassanzadeh, I'm Derek James. In the next 30 minutes, a memorial service will begin at Grace Church in Eden Prairie. It is expected to be so crowded, relatives and public safety workers will be seated first. The service will be streamed live here on CBS News Minnesota and on WCCO TV at 11.
And then following that memorial, a procession is planned from the church back to Burnsville. It's going to pass by the police and fire stations, and community members are expected to line that route on this frigid day to honor the sacrifice of the fallen. Officers Matthew Rugi, Paul Elstran, and paramedic Adam Finseth all died in a standoff last week, protecting a family from a gunman who refused to surrender.
Our coverage this morning starts with Shayla Reeves at Grace Church in Eden Prairie. Hi, Shayla.
Hi, good morning to you, Derek and Aaron. This parking lot has continued to fill since even before the sun came up. People coming here, arriving at Grace Church, ready to pay their respects to these fallen heroes. In just the last several minutes, we did hear that the parking lot now is at capacity, meaning anyone else arriving will likely receive a small card telling them they will need to go to those overflow locations or watch this memorial service via live stream or, of course, live here with us on WCCO. Certainly an emotional day is what we anticipate as everyone prepares to say those final goodbyes. We know that first responders from all across Minnesota as well as around the nation are ready to pay their final respects to Officer Paul Elstran, Officer Matthew Rugi, as well as firefighter Adam Finseth. Right now you're seeing some video as those first responders began arriving here throughout the day. We've seen a number of agencies pulling in here at Grace Church. Those represented including Shakopee, Washington County. We've seen St. Paul Park, Eden Prairie nearby at this hour. Just so many of them wanting to make sure that this family feels supported. Their arms wrapped around them as they try to navigate the loss of a father and a brother and a first responder and a fallen hero here. So as we look forward at what to expect in the 30 minutes to come. We know the memorial will begin at 11 o'clock. That service expected to last about 90 minutes. Burnsville city leaders are telling us they do again expect all those seats inside to be filled. But of course you can stay tuned watching with us throughout the service, the duration of the service. Following that memorial, there will also be an end of watch call for the fallen officers as well as for the firefighter. Outside of the church here, we will also expect to hear taps, a final salute, as well as a flyover. Everyone wanting to make sure that these heroes are remembered today in all parts of the state. So many are making sure that their memory is living on and honored in the most precious way today. I'll send it back to you there in the studio.
Yeah, and what you're telling us, Shayla, about the amount of support, the need for the overflow, and just that video you shared with us shows the size and scope of the support that's coming from all over today. Thank you, Shayla. As family and friends gather in Eden Prairie, community members are packing a second church in the city that the officers served.
For more than a week now, residents have brought flowers, balloons, candles, and cards to Burnsville City Hall. You can see the display there, and it just keeps on growing. That is why organizers of today's service knew that they would need a site for neighbors to come together and grieve. WCCO's Adam Duxter joins us live from Prince of Peace Lutheran Church in Burnsville. Adam, and you heard from Shayla, the other church is already full.
Yeah, Aaron, and that was something that organizers say they really expected to happen, for Grace Church to be full and there to be the need for this overflow area. But like you said, folks here in Burnsville, especially a lot of the neighbors and community members here, made it their mission to come here today. They say they wanted to find a way to pay their respects, but also save those spots at Grace Church for family members, for other first responders. We talked to people ever since doors opened here today at 9:30. We've been chatting with folks, and a lot of them say this is just something they wanted to come just to pay their respects in person, even though it's going to be a live stream here. And Princess Peace says they have room for about 1,800 people to come in this overflow space. And now that traffic is being diverted away from Grace Church, we're expecting a few more people to come here, to be here in Burnsville. We're just about a mile or so away from the police station here in town. And you guys mentioned all week long we have seen that support, people coming in a constant stream to that makeshift memorial that's set up outside the police department. Some people coming every single day just to be there in person to pay their respects. Some of the folks we talked to today say that they have family in law enforcement. One man said his son is a law enforcement officer in St. Peter, and I asked him, you know, what have the conversations been like with your son this week? And he just paused for a moment and said, you know, it's really tough. And I think for a lot of parents or loved ones who have people here in law enforcement that they know and love, it's just a matter of showing up for them today to show that support. So again, they can fit 1,800 people here. They say they're expecting to fill all 1,800 of those seats. Yeah. And we're expecting the procession route to be lined with thousands more as well. Thank you so much, Adam, for the update. The honors for the first responders won't end with that memorial service. It will be followed by a procession from the church to Burnsville, where members of the public are already turning out to show their support. The route travels from Grace Church in Eden Prairie along several highways, past both the police and fire stations. WCCO's Reg Chapman joins us live from Burnsville. Reg?
Well, this is the other place that we expect hundreds of people to show up to pay their respects to the fallen first responders here in the city of Burnsville. Today, city offices and different buildings here in the city are closed in honor of those three fallen heroes. And as you said earlier, people are already braving the elements, braving the cold. They're arriving here bundled up to make sure they are in place here at City Hall, at the police department, to say their final respects to those three fallen heroes. If you take a look right now, people are already coming in. They're already showing up. They're already taking their spaces here around City Hall and the police department, where those memorials have sat since this tragedy began. We're also starting to see different offices, different people who work for the city of Burnsville taking up places around where the processional will take place. They've got their work vehicles, their private cars here, because they want to be here in place to say their final farewell to their fallen comrades. Now, what you won't see here are any police officers from the city of Burnsville. We were here earlier and saw other officers coming in from other communities. We did see a police officer from the city of Blaine, as well as from Northfield, coming in saying that they will do anything to help their comrades be able to say goodbye to their fellow firefighter as well as police officer. We do expect people to start pouring into here. Parking lots are filling up. As I said, Aaron and Derek, this will be the other place where people will come to say farewell to those fallen heroes. Yeah, and Reg, it really shows. I mean, we can see you're bundled up to you know, emphasize that point. Wind chills in the single digits today. This is a very cold day to line a procession route, but we expect that people, as you said, will brave the temperatures and do that anyway.
Yeah, for several hours, as that procession is expected to take some time. Thank you, Reg. Yeah. The three first responders leave behind families, colleagues, and a community that they love to serve. Yeah, Minnesota's governor called their deaths a tragic loss for the entire state. He said that we must never take their bravery for granted. Officer Paul Elstran was 27 years old. He loved his high school sweetheart, his two children, and loved the outdoors as well. WCCO's Jonah Chaplain spoke with a close friend about Elstran's true heroism.
It's such a loss to the world, and it doesn't seem fair. It's cliche, but it's the best ones that go too early.
Luke Lavelle first met Paul Elstran 8 years ago at church in Medina. And when someone met Paul Elstran, they also met his wife, Cindy. Lavelle calling their marriage a storybook romance.
Oh, was it ever? I mean, they're literally their whole lives. I mean, they've known each other. Seeing only one of them was like thunder without lightning. I mean, it's like they were just one unit.
A unit that got bigger with the birth of their children. Lavelle said that greatly affected Elstran's work in law enforcement.
You know, especially in this culture right now, there's a lot of animosity toward police, and he talked about that a little bit too, but it's like he never really took a side. He just always talked about, like, I'll be the example of what people want to see for change. You could tell he understood the frustrations, and you could tell he understood what, he could do to make a difference.
With Elmstrand's death, Lavelle knows it's up to friends and family to continue making that difference and keeping his friend's memory alive forever.
There's not enough positive male leadership and role models for kids right now, and he was one, he was like that hero that they could all look up to, and if I can have a fraction of that kind of energy in my job, I think it would honor his legacy.
Jonah Chaplain, WCCO News.
Now, Adam Finseth served as a firefighter paramedic. He was 40 years old.
Finseth joined the Army shortly after the 9/11 terrorist attacks. He served 2 tours in the Middle East, where he became a staff sergeant. Emergency vehicles lined the highways yesterday as his remains were brought to his final resting place at Fort Snelling. Finseth was one of Burnsville's 2 SWAT medics. He died trying to help the wounded officer to safety. Finseth grew up in Rochester, where his best friends remembered him as an all-around good guy.
Put himself out there to help other people, even though he put himself in harm's way.
He was amazing. He was a goofball. He was funny. He was smart.
Now to Officer Matthew Rugi. His friends say he would drop whatever he was doing to help a friend or neighbor in need.
He was also 27 years old, and Rugi grew up near Wabasha, where he was active in school sports. His friends told WCCO's Marielle Mose that they always knew the kind of hero he would turn out to be.
During his last semester of high school, he did what was called like a teacher's aide position, and he had asked if he could do that with me.
Daniel Metcalf used to spend a lot of time with Matt Rugi, who shadowed him when he was a school resource officer. Even then, he knew Matt had what it took to do this difficult job.
He had a very promising career that was taken way too short.
Brian Sylvester works for the Wabasha County Sheriff's Office and awarded Rugi a scholarship several years ago to attend the police academy.
What he wanted to achieve, he certainly did. The ultimate sacrifice is how very unfortunate.
Officer Matt Rugi roamed the hallways here at Wabasha Kellogg High School and graduated in 2015. He was a member of the golf team and trap team. And even after graduating 9 years ago, he was still friends with the people he met here.
He was really loyal. He was always one of those friends where if anything was wrong, you knew you could call Matt.
Ty Gadke went to high school with Matt and was still one of his close friends today.
This weekend here is Grumpy Old Men Fest in Wabasha, and he was coming down to my place to stay over for the weekend and that kind of stuff.
Gadke said ever since they were kids, Matt said he wanted to be a police officer.
He was always just very firm that that's what he wanted to do, and I feel like that was a way he felt like he could really make his impact on the world.
While there may be some peace in knowing his friend died doing what he loved, he's still in shock that he's gone.
It's been tough.
In Wabasha.
It's one of those things where you kind of want time to stop for a second.
Marielle Mose, WCCO News.
And a memorial fund will benefit the families of the first responders.
The Law Enforcement Labor Services Benevolent Fund is collecting donations both online and by mail. We've posted all of that information for you on WCCO.com. Ahead of this morning's service, mourners have found a way to salute the fallen public safety officers.
Day after day, we've been showing you neighbors have been showing up outside the Burnsville City Hall to pay their respects. And as WCCO's Adam Duxter shares, it's a way to let the survivors of this tragedy know that they truly care.
A growing memorial.
I just can't stay away. I have to honor them.
In supporters who say
God gave me this assignment to come and be here.
They just can't leave.
People think I'm crazy and what's new? But they know.
Retired flight attendant Robin Patine left her Richfield home Monday to pay respects and has been back every day since. Her message:
it's not a message of confrontation. It's a message of just genuine care.
With her everywhere she goes.
Just show people that they're worthy, that they have worth.
We like to come out and just be a force for good.
As people place flowers, cards, and other messages, the message for some:
It's all positive. It's nothing but love.
Just be there.
I think it really means something to the people who are going through it. I know it would to me.
Patine says it's something anyone can do to offer hope and healing in the face of tragedy.
I can sit at home and I can pray and I can meditate and I can write letters, but I think the most important thing is just to get out and reach people and just talk to people and just encourage people to change a conversation and talk to each other.
In Burnsville, Adam Duxter, WCCO News.
And Burnsville's mayor remembered the first responders as servants who paid the ultimate price.
The city's police chief said the community needs time to grieve. But as WCCO's Kirsten Mitchell shows us, when times are tough, Minnesotans always turn out to uplift their neighbors.
We're smoking off a few 100 pounds of pork. We've got potatoes and beans.
Serving up hope in a time of grief.
How amazing is it when people come together over food?
The community meal was gifted by Hope Breakfast Bar outside the Burnsville Police Department. The restaurant's Egan location donated their profits Tuesday, which surpassed $20,000, all to the families of the fallen.
That's more important even than the financial contribution, is just making sure that they know that they're loved and we care about them.
Dan Schultzeth stopped by to drop off a donation himself, offering this message to the families.
And it's so hard to even imagine. So just know that for me and my family, we're praying for you and we want to support. And hopefully our prayers are all answered and bring you comfort and peace.
Prayers that were echoed during an evening vigil outside City Hall.
Our hearts are broken.
As elected leaders from as far as Washington offered their support.
That the state mourns with you and the nation mourns with you.
And community members and relatives of first responders shared their grief.
My dad just went to work in the morning and always came back the next day. It never crossed my mind that maybe he wouldn't. And I am sickened knowing that some other kids thought the same thing.
Officer Mark Hetherington has been with Burnsville Police for more than 2 decades.
And this business of policing across this country to protect a free society isn't getting any easier.
He thanked the community, saying the department feels the love and support. Kirsten Mitchell, WCCO News.
The public safety community is also stepping up to support their law enforcement friends in Burnsville.
WCCO's David Schumann shares how they're answering the call for help in this time of need.
They don't do it because they're asked to.
Crews that are coming in on their own time. They're not on shift, they're not scheduled to work.
Covering Burnsville's fire and EMS calls is what these chiefs say their brothers and sisters there need right now.
To make sure that they have the time they need to get everything processed and back together a little bit, you know.
And my job is just to provide that the community of Burnsville is protected.
We're told roughly a dozen agencies, maybe more, have come together to coordinate this effort.
It's just that unique bond that we have with one another, and when one of us is hurting or needs help, we're there for each other.
We sent out a page to ask people if they were interested, and within 5 minutes we were full. It shows how much people care.
Like, I don't care what city they come from. The citizens don't care. They want a fire truck to show up or the fire department to come help, right?
The coverage started Sunday morning after the shooting and is scheduled at least through Saturday.
Any department would help us in our time of need, and so we will step up and help all our brothers and sisters in the fire service for as long as they need it.
This is a team effort. It's not just me. It's all the fire service around Burnsville, and we're there for them.
David Schumann, WCCO News.
Today's memorial service for the 3 Minnesota first responders killed in the line of duty is now about 10 minutes away.
Mourners from all over the state are filling Grace Church in Eden Prairie right now. You're seeing a look inside the church there. They're going to honor the sacrifice of Burnsville officers Matthew Rugi and Paul Elmstrand, along with paramedic firefighter Adam Finseth. They died during a standoff while protecting a family from a gunman. WCCO's Shayla Reeves is live for us outside of Grace Church in Eden Prairie ahead of this morning's service. And Shayla, the parking lot already full. They're telling people to divert to the backup church now.
That's absolutely right, and we've been here all morning long as the cars continue to arrive. That lot now officially full inside, likely at capacity. So many people here looking to pay their respects and make sure that these fallen heroes are not forgotten, that they are remembered on this day. You are seeing right now as some of those first responders were arriving throughout the morning, many of them arriving in the vehicles representing their respective of agencies. We've seen everyone from Rogers Police represented, Washington County law enforcement officers as well. Nearest me, we've got Eden Prairie Police, we've seen St. Paul Park Police, and so many more, making sure that this family, that their law enforcement community, that their firefighter community knows that they are seen and heard and supported in a moment such as this. The Public Safety Memorial Service for Burnsville Police Officer Matthew Rugi, Officer Paul Elmstrand, and firefighter Adam Finseth. It'll begin here in just a few minutes at 11 o'clock. Seating and parking, again, of course, very limited. So many people wanting to make sure that the family and the law enforcement community, firefighter community is supported at this hour. Prince of Peace Church serving as that Overflow live stream viewing location. If you would like to gather, if you would like to watch, be in community, this is one of the places where you can go. Of course, we will have the funeral, or the memorial service rather. We will be streaming that here on CBS News Minnesota. We will also carry it live on WCCO, so you can watch and be a part of that coverage right here with us. Following the memorial, there will be an end of watch call for the fallen officers and firefighter. Outside of the church, we will be expecting to hear taps, a final salute, as well as a flyover. Perhaps one of the messages that we did hear this morning came from Jay Wood, the president of the Minnesota Fire Service Foundation. While we talk so much about the importance and the value of today, making sure that families feel supported today, the real work will continue beyond today, making sure that the kids know that they're supported, that the community still continues to wrap their arm around them for those birthdays and those major milestones that are coming in the years ahead. The president of that organization saying that the firefighter community will make sure that they are there to support the children and the family and all those moments in the years to come.
Yeah, and some of those children so young, Shayla and Aaron, that they don't really understand yet. This is a story that's going to be told to them as they get older.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of support around those families at every turn already, Shayla. Well, thank you so much. And so many public safety officers are expected to attend that service that organizers had to open a second church to mourners.
Yeah, Shayla just mentioned that. WCCO's Adam Duxter is live at Prince of Peace Lutheran Church in Burnsville, where more and more people are being told to turn to if they want to come together as community. Adam.
Okay.
All right, it looks like we're having a little trouble with your signal there, Adam. We're going to come back to you if we can. When the service ends, the first responders will be honored outside the church, and then that moving memorial will begin.
A line of law enforcement vehicles will weave from Eden Prairie all the way back to Burnsville. They're going to pass by both the police and fire stations. That procession is expected to last several hours. So many community members along that route expected to pay their respects today. If we can, we wanted to check in with Reg Chapman. Not sure if we have him right now, but he is along that route for...
Oh, Aaron, I am here at Burnsville City Hall and the police department, where people are beginning to pour into the parking lot. It's already filling up. There are actually tents here at the Burnsville City Hall. Those living memorials have been set up since this tragedy took place. People are arriving by the carloads. They're bringing the young, they're bringing the elderly here to pay their last respects to these fallen heroes here in the city of Burnsville. They're wrapping these kids up. They're braving the brutal cold to make sure they find their space here along the processional route to say their final farewells. Now, what's inside City Hall and what's inside the police department are not Burnsville officers. People came out here today to say they wanted to save space in the church and in the Overflow to make sure that the first responders and the family had a seat there inside those buildings. So they came out here along this route so that they could say goodbye. We're also told that there will be different police departments here, volunteers on their days off to come to make sure the city of Burnsville is covered with fire, EMS, and police service. We saw officers from Blaine as well as Northfield come in early this morning to cover those shifts so that the Burnsville Police Department can make sure that they are there to say goodbye to their fallen comrades. Now, once again, city offices and all the buildings, facilities will all be closed today in honor of those who lost their lives in the line of duty. Guys.
Reg, we also know that the schools there are obviously closed because of the traffic, because of the procession that will follow the memorial as well.
Maybe families will take
That's right. They didn't want to deal with all that traffic. Yeah. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, but an opportunity for families to line that procession route, even though we know the church and the Overflow Church expected to
fill up quickly.
Today. Thank you so much, Reg. And our live coverage of the memorial for the fallen first responders is going to begin in a few minutes. This is a look inside Grace Church in Eden Prairie, where we're going to get going soon here.
One of the things I think is interesting, and we've heard this throughout the last 10 days or so, is that really it's not just duty but empathy that drove all three of these men, Paul, Matthew, and Adam, to this life of service.
Yes.
And I think that's something that, you know, is going to be honored today. It's something that we have to think about not just today but every day. And we've heard that time and time again, that this is a community, law enforcement and first responders, that we need to surround and say thank you as often as we possibly can.
Yeah, today is a community moment for mourning and for showing support, and that's what we're seeing. Adam Duxter is actually going to show it to us. He is live outside the Overflow Church in Burnsville, where community is encouraged to come together to kind of get through this together. Adam.
And why Prince of Peace has opened their doors today. Yes, it's an overflow for folks who cannot fit at Grace Church in Eden Prairie, but also it's right here in the heart of the Burnsville community, just about a mile away from the police station. And they tell us they've got space for 1,800 people today, and it's likely, as we see people continue to file in, that they could fill that space. But so much of what we've seen over the last week and a half has been grassroots community support. People coming out to pay their respects one way or another. I mean, we've seen during the show people giving away food, people showing up to that memorial site outside the police department. Even this past weekend, folks organizing that convoy of cars and trucks from the Burnsville Center going all the way throughout this Burnsville community. So a lot of the people we talked to here today said it's just the place they call home here in Burnsville, and they felt like it was the right thing to do, something they had to come today to pay their respects for those fallen first responders. It just has really hit Burnsville hard, and we've heard a number of times people say Burnsville strong over the last week and a half, and I think we're going to continue to see that in this support here at Prince of Peace today.
All right, Adam Duxter live for us outside the Overflow Church in Burnsville, where we're expecting community members to file into here to watch a live stream of the service. We should mention, thank you, Adam, 4,500 people can fit into the Grace Church in Eden Prairie. That is full. We heard that from Shayla Reeves.
Another 1,800
where Adam is. 2,000.
Yep.
You know, you're doing the math, and then we're expecting thousands along the procession route today.
On a very, very cold day after some recent warm weather, really a warm winter in general. And you can see from this live picture, we've seen the American flag, we've seen the flag with the blue line representing law enforcement, as well as the flag with the red line representing those who are firefighters.
Yeah, for Adam Finseth, it gives you chills to see all of the flags, all of the uniformed officers from around the state that have been filing in here. We know most of the people inside Grace Church in Eden Prairie are law enforcement. They are family of these officers and this firefighter, and that really shows how big this community is. You heard it in the earlier pieces we've been showing you throughout this setup, that this law enforcement family runs deep. There are people who have lost their loved ones previously in the line of duty. This is a moment for them to show their support. I'm sure that's something they've received in the past going through this, and it underlines that this is a dangerous job, and you see people showing up today to say, you know, we stand with you.
We're seeing these hugs right now between these officers, some who work together every day, some who, you know, may assist others when is absolutely necessary. We should mention that we are going to be live on WCCO TV starting in less than a minute here. So if you do want to join us there, or you can stay here on CBS News Minnesota as our coverage continues here. The memorial service for officers Paul Elstran, Matthew Rugi, and paramedic firefighter Adam Finseth Finseth. And of course, we're going to have that not only live, and we will also have full coverage throughout the day here on CBS News Minnesota. So once the memorial ends, then you can switch off of WCCO TV, come back to the stream, because we will have that procession as well here this afternoon.
Yeah, and we're not sure when they'll get started, but we're going to switch over to television now, expecting an 11 o'clock memorial service. We'll see when this gets going. Our live coverage of the memorial for the fallen first responders starts right now. Thank you for joining us today. Minnesota is about to say farewell to 3 heroes killed in the line of duty.
That's right. We're bringing you this live coverage as Burnsville police officers Matthew Rugi, Paul Elstran, and SWAT medic Adam Finseth all died during a standoff last week. Now, we should mention to you that their lives and sacrifices honored inside Grace Church in Eden Prairie right now. This is a live look inside the church. We know that the capacity there is 4,500.
Yes.
That is filled. And then we also know that at the second area, the Overflow at Prince of Peace Lutheran Church in Burnsville is also beginning to fill there as well.
If you're wondering how you can support, you're doing it right now. You know, city officials have been saying, watch the stream, watch television at home if you can't make it out, and we know those spaces are filling up. Another option is we know that after this service this morning, there's going to be some honors outdoors, a flyover, and then a procession that is going to weave through Eden Prairie and Burnsville. We're expecting hundreds, if not thousands of people to line that route as well. It's obviously a cold morning, and we want to underline, you know, wind chills in the single digits.
Yeah, that's right.
So a very cold moment. We are actually going to toss to Shayla Reeves now. She's live for us.
Yeah, she's outside Grace Church there at Eden Prairie. Hi, Shayla.
Hi, good morning to you. A certainly different scene out here at this time as the service prepares to get underway inside. We know we were here just this morning before the sun even came up. Those vehicles arriving one by one into this parking lot, that parking lot filling up quickly here at Grace Church in Eden Prairie. Everyone coming in to pay their respects to Officer Matthew Rugi, Officer Paul Elstran, and Adam Finseth. That service inside getting underway now, just in the 11 o'clock hour. We know agencies from all corners of the state represented here, making sure that the families of these law enforcement officers feel loved, supported, and the agencies that they worked for know that they are cared for at this hour as well. Because so many people wanted to be in that room today, it just wasn't possible. Organizers said it was so critical to have that overflow space, the Prince of Peace Church serving as that overflow live stream viewing location. They've been urging people, if you would like to gather, if you would like to watch, if you would like to be in community, that is a place where you can go. We know in recent days that support has been overwhelming for the families of these fallen heroes. Earlier this morning, we had a chance to speak with Jay Wood, the president of the Minnesota Fire Services Foundation. He had a chance to speak directly with the Finseth family and said, just while people are wrapping their arms around the families today, what they're thinking about also is what happens beyond today, providing support and care and encouragement for the children when those birthdays come up, when those milestones come up, that their fathers won't be there for, the moments that wives might miss their husbands, and so many moments in life that we think about, when would they be there? We're going to miss them in these hours, and thinking about how can we be there, how can we support them in those hours. So he was very emotional when he thought about the things and the moments and the times that they would miss in the years to come, and the importance of how critical it is for this community to wrap their arms around the families of these fallen heroes, not just today, but in the days, the weeks, and the years to come. So organizers say the best way to show your support today is, of course, with that procession route, but also if you can't come out and watch the procession, you can watch us here on television. You can also watch any of those live stream options available. We know following the memorial, there will be an end-of-watch call for the fallen officers and firefighters. A firefighter outside the church will also be expecting to hear taps and a final salute as well as a flyover. So many activities here, of course, to make sure that this final send-off is one that is truly memorable, one that honors the life, the legacy, and the service of all of these first responders. And we've seen just throughout the day just the continuous flow of bus after bus coming in, vehicle after vehicle coming in. Just the fact that this lot is filled and the thousands of people inside just is a testament to how much that their service is respected and appreciated in a moment in time.
Yeah, you're so right, Shayla, and I think we really saw that as well on Saturday. We knew how large this was going to be when we saw that convoy from Burnsville Center, and it was something that was organized on Facebook by a group of 4 friends, and then they had just hundreds and hundreds, so many trucks showed up, and turned out that they couldn't believe it. I mean, they could have numbered possibly as many as 1,000.
Right, right. And you can just see it just when you look around here and you see the different agencies that are represented and where everyone might have traveled from to be here. You can just tell it was important for them to be in the room, to be there and make sure that the family, the agencies, and those that were impacted by this loss know you're not alone, know that you're supported, and know that you're cared for at a time like this, because you're going to need it when you're going through something like this.
Absolutely. Well, Shayla Reeves, thank you so much. She's live for us outside of the church where we're expecting the memorial service to get going. Any minute here. It was supposed to start at 11, but you know how these things go.
Sure.
Could be a little bit delayed. We should note city offices are closed today. Schools in Burnsville are closed today. This is truly a community event that we're about to see, and we expect people outside of Minnesota, outside of Wisconsin, to tune in and watch this, because this is a moment for the first responder community to come together and show their support for these 3 grieving families right now.
Yeah, we're looking right now inside Grace Church there in Eden Prairie, and of course we're going to bring you the full service as soon as it begins. You know, we're going to hear a lot about who Paul, Matthew, and Adam were. We've heard from some statements through the families. We've heard from those who were willing to speak, you know, to talk about them and the difference that they made, not only in their community, but also in their families and within those groups and with their friends, and why they were driven to service. You know, because oftentimes a lot of what our law enforcement and first responders do is unseen, but it means a great deal to those people that they're helping in those worst moments.
Yes, and underlining that this is a dangerous job. We have learned that time and time again, unfortunately, covering things like this. But the magnitude here of losing 3 first responders at the same time really is hurtful to, obviously, those families and the communities. As far as who these 3 men were, we have Adam Finseth, who you see there on the right. He was the firefighter paramedic. We know that he did 2 tours in Iraq. He served the country in the Army, and then, you know, this was described as his dream job, getting this paramedic position in Burnsville. He is a father of 2. He was married in 2009 to his wife, and they are missing him dearly today. But they described this, you know, as his dream job, and there he is in uniform. But imagine, that gives me chills, Derek, to think about. You serve your country, you do 2 tours in Iraq, and you are not expecting to come home to work for the Burnsville Fire Department and have something like this happen.
Something more dangerous, or something as dangerous as what you would see in a war zone. Let's talk for a moment about Matthew Rugi while we have the opportunity here, because he was someone who was driven to become a police officer at a very young age. He grew up in Reed's Landing near Wabasha, enjoyed the outdoors, as you see here, with doing some outdoor work.
There he is.
He was someone who never hesitated to risk himself to save others, and just 27 years old.
Yeah, and we know that he wanted to be a police officer at a young age. We've heard from his golf coach. We've heard from other people, like you said, who are willing and ready to talk about him, that he knew that he wanted to do this as a kid. So that shows you that call to service that we see with so many first responders. It's a profession you truly have to be called to. Yeah.
Well, and really he wanted to, be in the military, but he was not able to enlist, Matthew Rugi, because of some health issues associated with Crohn's disease throughout his childhood and early adulthood. So he was always looking for a way to serve, and that ended up being with Burnsville.
And then Officer Paul Elstran will also be remembered today. There he is with one of his children. He is 27 years old as well, another young officer from Cambridge, Minnesota, married his high school sweetheart in 2018. He has 2 children. You can see how young they are there. I believe that he has a 2-year-old
and a 5-month-old.
And a 5-month-old. And so those 3, his wife and 2 kids, also missing him dearly. And to imagine how young they are and how they'll have to grow up without their father is something yeah, that hurts, obviously, for everyone. We want to head back out to Reg Chapman. He is live for us along the procession route. So we've been mentioning after the memorial service, there'll be some outdoor honors. We're expecting a flyover, a couple other things, and then a procession that will weave through Eden Prairie.
Yeah, and go by Burnsville Police and Fire. Hi there, Reg.
Hey guys, this is the place where many people in community came to share space with one another, to just be present with one another as they mourn the loss of 3 of their first responders. The 2 police cars and the fire rig that sat outside here in Burnsville City Hall are now being uncovered. They were right behind these white tents for quite some time. They're uncovering them because of the amount of people who are showing up, coming today to make sure they pay their final respects. They're bringing flowers. They're bringing their young children all bundled up to battle the elements and make sure they understand what honor and respect is of those who serve and protect our community. And we did speak earlier to some police officers who have been coming here since early this morning. They are covering the shifts of those Burnsville officers so they can be there at the churches and at the Overflow space to honor their fallen comrades. They are telling us that they are comforted by the support that they're getting from the entire community, and that's across the entire state as well as neighboring states. Right now, people are showing up. They are doing what they can to save that space at Grace Church and at the Overflow space to make sure that first responders and the family members of those fallen first responders have first priority in those churches. Other people say they will line this procession route. We're expecting thousands, guys, to come out here today to say farewell to Matt, Paul, and Adam. Everyone's hearts are heavy today, but yet they are sharing this moment together. They are grieving together, and this is their way of showing respect to those who they lost their lives in the line of duty. That's what's happening right out here at Burnsville City Hall. We do expect more people to show up. Public Works workers are here already draping the flag that'll be aligning the course of the procession here. These public work workers have been out here all day making sure they have position so they can say goodbye to their fallen comrades. Aaron,
right.
Derek.
Thank you, Reg.
Yeah, thank you.
Today is just a reminder that these first responders give up more than time. They give up so much, both physically and emotionally, in this job as we look live now at Grace Church in Eden Prairie, where we begin the ceremony here in the next few minutes. We're just waiting for things to get underway there. We know that this church, as mentioned, is packed. There's the overflow viewing happening of this live stream at Prince of Peace Lutheran Church in Burnsville as well.
Yeah, 4,500 inside Grace Church, another 1,800 inside the Prince of Peace Church in Burnsville. That's where Adam Duxter is live just outside for us. Adam?
Yeah, hi, Aaron. And, you know, we really did expect to see a big turnout here in Burnsville as well. And plenty of the people we talked to that made a point to come here to the Overflow Church at Prince of Peace say they really did want to leave that space at Grace Church in Eden Prairie for family members and other first responders. But people in this community just get the sense that they need a place to show their support and also grieve and mourn with one another just here in Burnsville. And where we're at right now is also just about a block away from a mile from where Reg is, near City Hall. So this is a church that is right smack dab in the center of this community. And as I talked with people as they came in this morning, they said that they felt they just had to come in person to pay their respects, but also to be with others here in this community that are mourning and doing the exact same. And so many, Derek and Aaron, that I talked to today that have come here to Prince of Peace say they have loved ones, friends, family that are in law enforcement or are EMTs or are firefighters. I talked with one dad from here in Burnsville who said his son is a police officer in St. Peter. And I just asked him, you know, obviously there had to have been some conversations back and forth with his son this week. And he said, yeah, it has definitely sparked conversations. And it's just tough when you talk about what that reality is for so many of these folks. And again, we've seen just an outpouring of support here in Burnsville, community support over the course of the last week and a half or so. And I think today here at Prince of Peace, it is going to be more of that community support. People who maybe didn't know these first responders, but knew they served their town, served their city, and want to be here for that reason. Derek, Aaron.
All right, thank you so much, Adam Duxter, outside Prince of Peace Lutheran Church, which is where the Overflow is here today.
You've been watching some images come from inside the church in Eden Prairie. Look at people filing in. We're getting close to starting here, and I don't know if you noticed it, but you just saw 6 people in uniform up on the stage, you know, saluting them. Yep. And it really, it reminds me of a storyline we've been talking about this whole time, is that support and other first responders supporting these families. We know that even when some of the widows went to go pick out flowers for their personal, you know, funeral services, that they were escorted by other firefighters, other police officers, that, you know, first responders stood watch over these men as they made their way from place to place, funeral homes, things like that. So they have not been left alone, and these families have not been left alone since this happened.
You mentioned flowers. I was just looking. You saw some of the people that are coming in that are closest to these 3 men carrying those blue flowers as they make their way in here at the church, Grace Church in Eden Prairie. And a good point that Adam Duxter made is how hard this hits for people in law enforcement and EMTs and their families. This is something that could happen to them, and so they feel a bond to these families that have lost so much in a matter of moments.
Or it's something that has happened to them. I mean, we've heard from other families that have lost loved ones in the line of duty. They know that this is the tough reality, the remote possibility of this job that people forget about, you know, in the day-to-day when things go well. And when things go wrong, this is what you see, that show of support, that you know, first responder family. And really today we're expecting this to be a moment for first responders, for obviously these 3 families, but for first responders to come together and say, we know that our job has risks, that things can go wrong, and this is really tough, but if the worst case scenario happens, we're going to be there for each other. And we've certainly seen them keep that promise over the past 10 days or so.
Now, we do know that this service was scheduled to start at 11. As you can see, it looks like we're getting close now. We believe that this service should last about 90 minutes or so, and then there will be the honors outside of Grace Church in Eden Prairie, including the honor ceremony with the playing of taps, the gun salute. There will also be a flyover, and then we'll have that procession from the church in Eden Prairie back to Burnsville, which will pass by the police and fire stations and Prince of Peace Lutheran Church in Burnsville, which is that backup location for those in the community. Because as you can see, this church is filled with closest family and local and state and law enforcement from all over.
Yeah, what a scene. 4,500 people can fit into the Grace Church in Eden Prairie where the service is happening. That is full. We heard from our Shayla Reeves in the parking lot that, you know, at 10:30, almost an hour ago, they started diverting cars. If you're watching this thinking, I want to go in person, there is Overflow at the Prince of Peace Church in Burnsville. That's got to be getting close to full, I would think, at this moment. And then the public has another opportunity to line that procession route. We know it's cold today, and we know people are out there already anyway. That is just a side note.
That says a lot, yes.
At this point, but really a full day that we are expecting to truly honor and thank these 3 men and give them a proper farewell and kind of a community hug around these three families.
And along with that, there may be some who are watching right now that want to contribute to the families. You know, in many cases, you've got young children, and you have to think about their futures. And so the Law Enforcement Labor Services Benevolent Fund has been set up with online donations, or you can donate by mail. We have more information about that on WCCO.com. And while we're talking about that, we also will be posting a lot of pictures. So there will be a gallery that grows throughout the day at WCCO.com with still images from the memorial, from the processional route as well.
This is really a moment to stop what you're doing, take a moment, take a beat, support these families, think about what first responders do for our communities day in and day out. We know that this job is stressful. This job is dangerous. We're having trouble finding enough people who want to do this job in the face of the realities.
Often thankless, yeah.
Often thankless. And it really struck me, it was last week, we heard from someone at the public memorial that's been growing outside of the police department saying, it's time to, you know, put down the phone for a second and show up in person or wherever you can, even virtually, to take an hour out of your day to think what a sacrifice these three made for our community to keep our communities safe.
Yeah, they need to be thanked as often as possible, and this is a sad reminder of that because, you know, these first responders, their families, they give up a lot. It's not just the hours when they're working on Thanksgiving and Christmas and they're not with their families. It's the fact that they offer up so much of themselves in this job, whether that's the physical aspects, but the emotional aspects and the toll that that takes not only on them, but their families, you know, all for the sake of serving us, of serving the communities, to protect them and to make them better.
Yeah, we know that 2 of the 3 fallen first responders are fathers. We know that Adam Finseth is a father and a husband, that Paul Elstran is a father and a husband, and that Matthew Rugi's family will miss him dearly. We have heard some statements from the families, from the widows. We have Adam Finseth's wife, Tara, just sharing, we are broken, that our children will grow up without their papa. I guess that's probably what they called Adam, and she called him, you know, her soulmate, that he was selfless and humble, and that's a theme you see with all 3 men. This is paramedic Adam Finseth. He served our country in the Army, 2 tours in Iraq, and then came back, worked at various departments, and then made his way to what his wife called his dream job here for Burnsville. He was a specialized, you know, medic. His military experience really served him and pushed him to serve the community. This is
let's talk
Matthew
about
Rugi.
let's talk about him, the city of Burnsville officer. You know, this is the statement from Sean Rugi and Kristen Henke. Matthew was the light of our lives. From the time he was born, he showed signs of perfecting the art of kindness, going back to that empathy point, and was a joy to everyone around him. He never hesitated to drop what he was doing to help a neighbor or friend in need. And then it goes on to say that from the earliest age, Matt wanted to help and protect. He found his true calling as a police officer, becoming an even greater force for good in the world. They called Matthew a true hero, say he was proud to call his fellow officers at Burnsville PD his brothers and sisters, and it's just incredible, the support for these families.
You're looking at Officer Paul Elstran, also 27 years old, the same age as Matthew Rugi, father of 2, a 5-month-old child and a 2-year-old child, married his high school sweetheart. We have a statement from his wife saying our family's heartbroken, obviously, that he was an amazing husband, father, son, and friend to so many, that he loved to laugh and loved to play. And we're expecting to hear more about these 3 men in the memorial service inside Grace Church in Eden Prairie. We're going to take you there right now.
Thank you. Please be seated. We welcome you to our service today, where we grieve the loss and honor the memories of Paul Elstran, Matt Rugi, and Adam Finseth. The families are grateful for your presence here today. Those of you who are here in person, those of you who are in rooms all around this great facility, those of you who are over at Prince of Peace in Burnsville, and wherever else you may be watching from. They're grateful to have you paying attention to them today. Let's pray together. Our Lord, we ask you to be with us today as we honor these three heroes, those who risked their lives and gave their lives to seek to protect others. As we listen to the stories and reflect on their lives, we ask you to both comfort us and also inspire us as we move forward. It's in your name that we pray. Amen. At this time, I'll invite Burnsville Mayor Elizabeth Couts to come share her thoughts with us today.
The cords of death entangled us. The anguish of the grave came over us. We were overcome with distress and sorrow. Then we called on the name of God. God is gracious and righteous. Our God is full of compassion. God protects the unwary, for our God has been good to us. Welcome. I am Elizabeth Couts, Mayor of the City of Burnsville. Today's Public Safety Memorial Service honors the lives of our dedicated heroes. Burnsville officers, police officers, Paul Elstran and Matthew Rugi, and Burnsville firefighter paramedic Adam Finseth. Today, I look over the thousands of people who have gathered here to honor our fallen heroes, our brothers, their families, and our community. I think of the thousands more who are watching online. I think of the hundreds of thousands from across the world who have reached out to us to show us how much they cared about Paul, Matthew, and Adam. Along with everyone standing beside us, I offer my sincere gratitude to our governor, our federal, state, and local elected officials who are here, and to those who couldn't join us today. We're grateful for the unwavering support we've received from all of you and our community through this extraordinary loss. Your presence, caring actions, and kind words continue to give us strength and hope for the days ahead. I offer my condolences on behalf of our City Council, our City Manager, and the entire staff of the City of Burnsville to the families and friends of our fallen heroes. Now, let's pay tribute and celebrate the lives of Adam, Paul, and Matthew.
Chaplain has received a call around 6 o'clock that Sunday morning. One of the first people I met when I arrived around 7 o'clock down at HCMC was Adam Medot. We're going to ask Sergeant Medot to come now and share his unique perspective and share some words with us today.
Hello, I am Sergeant Adam Medot of the Burnsville Police Department. I want to thank you all for attending today to honor and remember our fallen heroes. I would like to talk briefly and share a few stories about my partners and friends, Paul Elstran and Matthew Rugi. I supervised both of them on nights and was standing with them on their final call. I was one of Paul's field training officers. Although I quickly realized how smart and thoughtful Paul was, he still had his moments. One day we were dispatched to a report of a theft in progress at Macy's. As we pulled up to the store, we saw a vehicle unoccupied and idling in front of the main entrance. Excitedly, Paul yells, "Look, it's the go-away vehicle." I kind of just looked at him in disbelief for a moment before saying, "It's getaway car, Paul." It seemed like that story would come up every couple weeks, and we would have a good laugh again. Paul was not a shy person. Many times he would bust into my office uninvited, sit down and make himself at home, just to talk or pick my brain on something. Recently, he had been talking to me about the open sergeant position he was considering putting in. He was asking questions about the testing process and what it was like to be a sergeant. "Chief, I think Paul would have made an excellent sergeant. I'll miss our midnight talks, Paul." I remember the very first call I went on with Matthew Rugi. I was training a new officer, and Matt had just completed field training himself. We were dispatched to a young lady who was to start an addiction treatment program that day. A van was outside of her house to bring her to the facility, but she had sat down inside a closet and was refusing to leave. I watched Matt and the new officer that I was training work through this call for a while, and it was a disaster. They didn't know what to say or how to say it. And I remember Matt looking back at me. With a face that said, "I don't know what else to do." That's when I had to step in, and I took over all the talking. A little while later, I had talked this young lady out of the house and into the van for treatment. After the call, Matt walked up to me and said, "Thanks, Adam. Man, I really effed that one up." He used the real word, though. Like any other cop, I said back to him, "Yeah, you really did." But I also told him that he was young, and he was new to the profession. I'd been doing this for over a decade. You'll learn, you'll grow, you'll get a lot better. I was standing next to him on his last call, but now it was Matt that was doing all the talking. And now it was me that was looking to him for the answer. I believed in him as a crisis negotiator, and everyone here should know he was doing an amazing job of it. You can't reason with evil. You didn't F this one up, Matt. I was fortunate enough to watch both of these officers go full circle. From two wide-eyed, excited new cops, one who didn't know it was called a getaway car, and another who didn't know how to talk to someone in crisis, to an officer who knew the job so well he was ready to promote, and another who had just taken over a scene for multiple hours as a crisis negotiator. Finseth, I didn't know you as well as the other two, so unfortunately I don't have any intimate stories to share with you. But I saw you run into the line of fire to save me and my guys. You're the bravest person I've ever known. I will be forever thankful. Elstran, Rugi, Finseth, we were there for 7 children. Nothing could be more honorable. Rest easy, brothers.
Now we have 3 colleagues who will come and share some of their memories as they honor their close friends that they worked with. Officer Miller, Deputy Chief Smith, and Captain Johansson.
Good morning. My name is Pete Mueller. I get to talk about Matt. Matt Rugi and I began our careers with the Burnsville Police Department in April 2020. We were sworn in together and we became pals. Badge number 183 was pinned on Matt's chest, and I received badge 184, which made him my senior officer. And on occasion, he would sheepishly remind me of this. And then he'd needle me a little bit more by pointing out that I was very senior to him in age. He and I started at a unique time, which coincided with the pandemic and unrest. And Rugi rose up to these challenges, and he reaffirmed his commitment to service. His sense of humor and unwavering desire to make a difference immediately earned my respect. Matt and I worked together on our 11th shift in 2021, and we took as many calls for service as possible. He wanted to keep his day shift partners' plates clear while getting as many repetitions as he could. He earned the nickname Rugi because he would often go rogue by self-assigning calls outside of his designated area. He gained some significant experience early on due to his relentless work ethic and being involved in several critical incidents as well. In 2022, Matt sought a new challenge when he bid the night shift. He made dear friends. He learned from them, he backed them, trained with them, hung out with them, gamed with them. Rugi successfully handled difficult calls and developed tremendous confidence as an officer that year. His partners, sergeants, investigators found him to be extremely reliable and consistent. And Rugi earned another nickname, the Book. And that's because he went by the book in every situation. I rejoined Matt as his day-for-day dog watch partner in 2023. In addition, he and I became members of the department's crisis negotiation team, and we attended a 40-hour FBI course together in the fall. And he was a perfect fit for this role. And it was because of his calm demeanor and his authenticity and my admiration and affection for Matt grew as we worked together and learned together. I think the entire department would attest that it was impossible not to love Rugi. He was smart, self-deprecating, quick-witted, humble, and last year I watched Matt become a trustworthy resource for his partners, both old and new. This year, I chose a schedule that would allow me to work day for day with him again, and I was excited to hang out with him. I was excited to listen to our partners tease him about his dating life. I was excited to hear Rugi tell stories about the time that he spent with his family and friends during trips up to Chaplain or out to Arizona or down to his old stopping grounds in Wabasha and Mankato. I also looked forward to responding to difficult calls with him, working as a team, deploying crisis negotiation techniques side by side, and we received that opportunity on Sunday morning, February 18th. And those touched by Matt in his passing must know, as Sergeant Medot mentioned, he was extraordinarily heroic that morning. He negotiated for several hours, which bought us time. And in law enforcement, we know that time is our friend. And the time that he delivered brought countless resources to the scene, which protected many of us. Furthermore, when the unthinkable happened, Matt brought his partner Paul to safety, although he was hurt himself. And Rugi repeatedly risked his life to save our friend, and in doing so, Matt made the ultimate sacrifice. And it is unacceptable that Matt did not go home that morning. The loss that his family and friends feel is unbearable. And at the same time, it is also true that Rugi left us with remarkable gifts. For example, I noticed that I'm saying I love you a lot this last week and a half, and I'm hearing I love you a lot too. And we're greeting each other with hugs. And I've noticed the outpouring of support for police officers and first responders and our families in a way that I've never seen before. And we're all in awe and so appreciative of the empathy and encouragement. I've also noticed that I'm praying a lot more with gratitude and for healing. And Matt also left us the gift of his example. Many of the things which I've already mentioned, his authenticity, his work ethic, his playfulness, his sense of humor, his selflessness, his trustworthiness, integrity, and commitment to service. And all these gifts that he's given us are good things. And we'd be better off if the things that we're doing now continue. And if they do, and we follow Matt's example, then we become better people for it. And if we become better people for it, then I think that makes Rugi an even bigger hero than he already is. So Matt, Rugi, Rouge, Rogi, the book, my senior officer, 45-183, thank you for these gifts. Thank you for your friendship. Thank you for having our backs. We love you, and we'll miss you so much.
Hello, my name is Matt Smith. I have the privilege to work with the Burnsville Police Department. It's cliche sometimes in a time of tragedy to say that these were the nicest people. But in this case, it's true. These three men really were the nicest people. That's why I was honored when Paul's close friends asked if I would say a few words about him. I found it comforting over the last week to find that many of the things I would say about Paul have also been said by his family and closest friends. This tells me that these aren't just words, but truly embody who Paul was. First of these attributes was Paul's laugh. Paul had a laugh that was infectious, and it's been said that perhaps Paul's favorite comedian to induce this laugh was Paul. Paul also was an avid watcher, and we have learned rewatcher, of the television show The Office. Last week when we met with Cindy, she asked if she could grab a few things from his desk. True to Paul, there were a number of The Office references in his cabinet. There was also what appeared to be an empty milk bottle with some handwritten notes on the side. Cindy looked up at Chief and I as if to say, "What's this about?" With all of the confidence I could muster, I looked back at Cindy and said, "No idea." But I know that whatever that bottle was about meant something to Paul and his friends. And now it means something to Cindy. And I can only imagine that whatever was behind that inside joke involved Paul and his laugh. Another recurring theme this week has been Paul's dedication to honoring fallen officers. For those who don't know, LEMA, or the Law Enforcement Memorial Association, is the group that helps put on services like this one here today. The Honor Guard is part of this team and helps bestow the honors at these services. Recently, Paul applied for a spot on the Lima Honor Guard. I happened to run into Paul as he was coming back from one of the parts of the selection process. He was so excited and proud to apply to be a part of the Lima Honor Guard. I'm told that he would often polish his boots or practice formations and movements in the family living room. Paul was notified just a few weeks ago that he had made the Lima Honor Guard team, where he would have honored the fallen as we are doing today. I was also reminded this week that Paul's commitment to honoring our heroes is not new to him. On September 14th, 2017, Paul was a community service officer with our department. On that day, Paul joined the Burnsville contingent to attend the funeral of Wayzata Officer Matthews. Paul had been with us for only 1 month and 1 week at the time. Perhaps the theme that has come up most this week is Paul's love for his family. He absolutely adored Cindy, Maria, and Mateo. I was fortunate to see this firsthand last year on Peace Officer Memorial Day. Paul was at the Capitol representing the Burnsville Honor Guard. Cindy and Maria were there, and there became an impromptu photo session. I got to watch as the Elstran family cuddled in for the various poses. Later that night, Paul sent me one of those pictures of him holding Maria. A minute later came another one, with a note that said, "All right, just one more. She's too cute, huh?" In that day, I was able to see the extent of Paul's pride for honoring the fallen and love for his family. Paul truly was one of the nicest guys. We're going to miss him.
My name is Brandon Johansson, and I'm a captain with the Burnsville Fire Department. I had the pleasure of working alongside Adam as his captain for the past 3.5 years. I know that may not seem like a long time, but if you knew Adam, he could make a huge impact in a short amount of time. It is my honor to sum up his significant impact in just a few minutes. Adam was a husband, a father, a son, a brother, a friend, and more. He was also a soldier, a firefighter, and a paramedic. Adam was one of the most selfless individuals I have ever had the privilege of knowing. He possessed an innate ability to put others' well-being before his own, always ensuring that everyone around him felt seen, heard, and cared for. His compassion knew no bounds, and his unwavering commitment to the happiness and comfort of those he cared for and loved was truly extraordinary. Opening up to Adam was like stepping into a sanctuary of trust, empathy, and understanding. He had an unparalleled knack for sensing when something wasn't quite right. He was always there to lend a listening ear, offer words of wisdom, or to simply share a laugh. His genuine concern for the welfare of others often led to heartfelt conversations and lengthy discussions, as Adam poured his heart and soul into easing the burdens of those around him. His kindness, compassion, and generosity knew no bounds, and his presence enriched the lives of everyone he touched. Adam was a man of honor, integrity, and kindness. His actions spoke louder than his words. You never heard him speak ill will of anyone. In a world where cynicism and self-interest often prevail, Adam stood as a testament to the power of goodness and true selflessness. He reminded us all that strength is found not in force or aggression, but in the quiet courage to stand up for what is right, even when difficult. At the firehouse, Adam was a jokester. His infectious laugh and witty banter brought joy to even the toughest days. We could always count on him to lighten the mood with his quick wit and playful demeanor. That signature smirk that preceded his clever remarks will forever be etched in our memories. Adam was more than a comedian. He was deeply committed to his role as a firefighter and paramedic. He was always taking on new roles and responsibilities while also taking the time to teach others. He also possessed an innate, insatiable curiosity and genuine desire to know everything happening, not out of nosiness, but out of a sincere dedication to doing what was right for his patients and the department. Not only was Adam dedicated to the job, but most importantly, he was dedicated to his family. To you, Tara, I am honored and humbled to have spent these last days with you and your family. I am deeply sorry for your loss. Please know that Adam's bravery, courage, and sacrifice will never be forgotten. As you can see behind you, you're surrounded by our family, which is also your family. A family that will be at your side through all that is to come, now and forever. We will offer unwavering support and love in moments of uncertainty and fear. You don't have to walk this journey alone. We love you, and we will be here for you every step of the way. Liam, Nora, I need to tell you that your papa is a hero. He loves you very much. He talked about you every day at work when he was not with you. It's okay to feel sad and miss him. We can talk about him and remember the good times whenever you want. Remember that even though he's not here with us today, he will always be with you and live in our hearts forever. Adam, I know you're up there in heaven probably looking down and thinking, this is all too much. Well, brother, you deserve it. You are the best of us. We love you. We miss you. We promise to take care of the family and each other. Your legacy and impact will live on forever.
We'll ask now that Police Chief Tanya Schwartz and Fire Chief B.J. Youngerman come and share their perspective and their words.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tanya Schwartz, and I'm the Burnsville Police Chief. I stand before you today with a heavy heart and a range of emotions as we honor these fallen heroes. I offer my deepest condolences to the Rugi, Elstran, and Finseth families. To lose a brother, a husband, a father, a son, a grandson, is devastating, and my heart breaks for all of you. The Burnsville Police Department and the entire public safety community share in the loss of our beloved brothers. I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the grief that Chief Jungman and our Burnsville Fire Department partners are going through. We may wear different uniforms, but together we will get through the difficult days ahead. The support we've received from our brothers and sisters in blue, brown, maroon, and every other color that I see in this space has been absolutely unbelievable. It was heartwarming to see hundreds of law enforcement officials, firefighters, EMS, standing at attention when we left the hospital on that terrible morning just over a week ago. Before we walked out those doors into a sea of your support, the staff at Hennepin County Medical Center cared for us in the earliest and most shocking hours of our grief. To our public safety community, you have embraced us. You have dropped off gifts. You have stood guard at the hospital. You have kept our community safe while we have been grieving and trying to make sense of this tragedy. And we know that you are grieving too. You have given us strength when we have needed it the most. We will never forget what you have done. Thank you for having our six. We will always have yours. The world of law enforcement is unique. It takes a strong, resilient, selfless person to choose this profession. I think most in this room would agree it's not a job. It's a calling to serve. And we do it because it's an honor. We do it to help others, to protect the most vulnerable, and to make our communities safer. We do it to make a difference, just as Matt and Paul did. Unfortunately, pinning on our badge means sacrifice. Sacrifice for the officers, sacrifice for the families. Over the past week, we have seen the worst and the best of what the law enforcement calling brings. The absolute worst began on February 18th with the loss of these heroes. As I struggled to make sense of what happened that morning, I was reminded that Paul, Matt, and Adam were doing what they were called to do, which was protecting those in harm's way. They give up their lives to protect others and to protect each other. And I ask that you just reflect on that for a moment. These brave men took an oath to keep the community safe. And that's exactly what they did that morning they died. I will be forever grateful for their sacrifice. As most of you know, we place a mourning band across our badges following the death of one of our fallen public safety heroes. In Burnsville, our band depicts the thin blue line. The thin blue line and the red line that our fire and paramedic partners honor does not represent division, but rather solidarity, selflessness, courage, bravery, and the ultimate sacrifice. As I look around this room, I cannot help but think about the sense of solidarity that surrounds us as we grieve and honor our fallen together. When we lose a brother or a sister in this tragic way, we are often asked, why would we continue to do this? Why would we continue to show up each day? And those in uniform simply say, because it's right, because it's needed, because it's who we are. So thank you for putting your uniform on in the most challenging and dangerous times in law enforcement, and doing it every day since our brothers were killed in the line of duty. I'm honored to serve with all of you, and I know our fallen were honored as well. For those who struggle, and there will be struggle, we will get through this together. We will take care of each other. Be strong, be courageous, and remember, our communities need us. On July 21st, 2019, Officer Paul Elstran, and on April 13th, 2020, Officer Matt Rugi took an oath to serve the Burnsville community. Their careers were off to a bright start, and both were proudly wearing the Burnsville badge. They knew it represented authority, but more than that, they knew it represented service and sacrifice. They knew it represented a trusted relationship with our community. Matt brought a smile and a positive attitude to his work every day. He was one of the department's hostage negotiators, a role he served in due to his calm demeanor, his great tone, and his empathy. He was passionate about helping people suffering in crisis, always humble and willing to go above and beyond the call of duty. Matt served with compassion to protect the vulnerable. Paul was part of the department's honor guard, which truly became a passion for him. As you heard, so much so, he applied for the State Law Enforcement Memorial Association Honor Guard, and he was recently selected. He wanted to provide unwavering support to families, all the families of the fallen. The irony of that is not lost on me. Matt and Paul loved being police officers. They did the job selflessly, with integrity, honor, and courage. They knew the dangers, but it never deterred them. On February 18th, they paid the ultimate sacrifice while trying to protect children. Their bravery and willingness to put themselves before others is why the word hero is now synonymous with each of their names. To those who wear the title of family member, thank you will never be enough. You share in the criticism, emotion, and burden tied to the profession. You are the backbone that keeps us going through the hard hours, long shifts, and horrific calls. And this past week, you shared in our worst nightmare when members of our public safety family were killed in the line of duty. We know your grief is immense. Thank you for your support and your sacrifice. To the Rugi, Elstran, and Finseth families, your lives are forever changed, and our departments will not be the same without these fallen heroes. Please accept my heartfelt thank you for sharing your loved ones with the Burnsville community. We are all better for knowing them. Matt and Paul chose this career to keep people in our city safe, and they gave their lives doing just that. It feels cruel. There are no words to provide sufficient comfort. All we can do is promise you our support, and we assure you that we will forever be by your side. I cannot imagine the hole their deaths have left in your lives. Navigating a new normal without their hugs, their smiles, their kindness, and all of the things you love dearly about them. It will be difficult and it will take time. Know that you have our unwavering commitment to continue to walk alongside of you. To our fallen heroes, thank you. We miss you. Know that we will continue to wear the badge with honor and serve with courage, just as you did. Know that this will not break us, and we will find peace because that is what you would want us to do. Know that we will never give up because you didn't. Know that we will lay our burdens and our guilt down because that is what you would want us to do. Know that you will forever be missed, but we will always be united. Know that you can rest easy, and we've got it from here.
Good morning, everyone. I am BJ Jungman, the fire chief for the city of Burnsville. I'm honored to spend a few minutes talking about firefighter paramedic Adam Finseth. We're fortunate to have Adam Finseth as a firefighter paramedic on our team for the past 5 years. As the fire chief, it's my responsibility to ensure we hire the highest quality people with impeccable character traits to serve the community. In our department, we do this by using our 4 cultural values to guide who we hire, what we expect, and how we act. Our 4 cultural values are character, communication, collaboration, and competence. Adam was exemplary of these 4 cultural values. I only have time to talk about one of these today, so I chose to focus on the character value. We describe this value through 3 words: dedication, honor, and integrity. Adam displayed extreme dedication to the department. Adam was always working to improve himself. Being a firefighter paramedic was not enough for him. He took on additional roles. Adam was a very active member of our Health and Wellness Committee, which focused on taking care of our firefighters so they can better care for themselves, both physically and mentally. Adam was also a tactical paramedic on the SWAT team, which was about taking care of others who put themselves in extreme danger to protect our community. Adam was also a water rescue instructor, ensuring all of our staff are prepared to rescue those that find themselves falling through the ice or drowning in a body of water. He was a truly dedicated member of the Burnsville Fire Department. Adam was the epitome of honor. The profession itself is honorable. Adam had a propensity to seek out these honorable professions, and he sought them out not for the glory, but because he wanted to serve honorably. Adam started his career by serving our country in the Army. Then Adam continued by serving his local community as a firefighter and a paramedic. Adam had a servant's heart and was the most humble person you could meet. Without exception, the first question out of Adam's mouth when you would see him was, "How's the family?" These examples don't speak of a man seeking glory. These are examples of an honorable man serving honorably. Adam displayed the highest degree of integrity. I've been able to get to know some of Adam's family over the past week. Not surprisingly, I found that Adam was the same at home as he was on the job. Adam's consistency of character is the definition of integrity. There were no surprises. He treated everyone in the community as he would want to treat his own family. We know someone's true character and how they will, we don't know someone's character and how they will respond until they are tested. As I observed, and I worked alongside Adam in his career as a firefighter paramedic, and what we all know about the actions during his final moments of his life, I can say without reservation, firefighter paramedic Adam Finseth was tried, he was tested, and he was found worthy. Adam died helping his comrades without a second thought. I'm going to miss him greatly. It's been a tough week, but I can say the level of character I've seen and experienced, not only of Adam, but everyone who continues to serve, makes me proud. I would challenge everyone who is attending this memorial service to honor Adam daily by emulating how he had consistently acted. Just take one thing Adam did and emulate it consistently. If everyone did the things Adam did, the world would be a kinder and more loving place. To Adam, Paul, and Matt's families, I want you to know your public safety family is with you now and into the future. Today we pay tribute and give honor. Tomorrow we will get back to the honorable work of serving others. My brothers and sisters who serve, take care of each other and take care of yourselves. I'd like to close with this quote. The truest heroes don't choose to die. They choose to live a life where facing death is a possibility, driven by the love that compels them to protect others. It's been a privilege to serve with you, Adam. God bless you, and we will miss you.
I got ahead of myself earlier and I didn't allow time for the music video. I'm going to ask our scripture readers to come now, but if the tech people would play the video right after that, we'd appreciate it. So we have one reader chosen by each family to read one scripture reading chosen by each family. So I'll ask the three of you to come forward now.
On behalf of the Rugi and Hankey family, we thank you so very much for coming out, for your support and your love. It's beyond words of what you guys have done for us, and we'll never forget it. And it helps us in this time of difficulties. I want to read from God's Word, Lamentations 3:17 through 24. God's Word says this: "My soul is deprived of peace. I have forgotten what happiness is. So I say, my endurance has perished. So has my hope from the Lord." And I'm sure this is how we're all feeling here today. It's really hard, and we're trying to wrap our heads around what happened. And it makes no sense. It's confusing. It's really, really, really hard, and it's really painful. We all lost someone here, a brother, a husband, a son, a father, a nephew, grandson, and a friend, and it hurts. Back to God's Word, verse 19. "Remember my affliction and my wanderings. My soul continuously remembers it, and it is bowed down within me. But," and this is what we all need, Adam's family, Paul's family, Sean, Kristen, Mom and Dad, and the rest of our family. And I say again, but this I call to mind, and therefore I do have hope. The steadfast love of the Lord never ceases. It's unfailing, and it is constant. His mercies never come to an end. They are new every single morning. In other words, with each day comes a new batch of God's compassion and His love and His grace for us as we walk through this difficult time. He sees our sufferings and draws near to those who are broken-hearted. And finally, God's Word continues to say, "Great is your faithfulness. The Lord is my portion, says my soul. Therefore, I will hope in him. Amen.
The following passage is from Romans 12, 9 through 21. Love must be sincere. Hate what is evil. Cling to what is good. Be devoted to one another in love. Honor one another above yourselves. Never be lacking in zeal, but keep your spiritual fervor serving the Lord. Be joyful in hope, patient in affliction, and faithful in prayer. Share with the Lord's people who are in need. Practice hospitality. Bless those who persecute you. Bless and do not curse. Rejoice with those who rejoice. Mourn with those who mourn. Live in harmony with one another. Do not be proud, but be willing to associate with people of low position. Do not be conceited. Do not repay anyone evil for evil. Be careful what to do. Be careful to do what is right in the eyes of everyone. If it is possible, as far as it depends on you, live at peace with everyone. Do not take revenge, my dear friends, but leave room for God's wrath. For it is written, "It is mine to avenge, I will repay," says the Lord. On the contrary, if your enemy is hungry, feed him. If he is thirsty, give him something to drink. In doing this, you will heap burning coals on his head. And lastly, just as our fallen heroes have lived, do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good.
Good morning. I'd like to get a response from everybody first. Good morning. Thank you. I'm going to read from the New Testament from John 15, 12 to 17. And it's only befitting because we have three unsung heroes with their names, of course, from the Bible. And we have one from John now. This is my commandment, that you will love one another as I have loved you. No one has greater love than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. You are my friends. If you do what I command you, I do not call you servants anymore, because a servant does not know what the master is doing. But I have called you friends, because I have made known to you everything that I have heard from my Father. You did not choose me, but I chose you. And I appointed you to go and bear fruit, and that fruit will last, so that the Father will give you whatever you ask him in his name. I am giving you these commandments so that you may love one another. Thank you.
Miles of cars full of people.
practice crying so I wouldn't cry here. I don't know if that's going to work or not. Many's the time I felt mistaken and many times confused. Yes, and I've often felt forsaken and certainly misused. Oh, but I'm all right. I'm all right. I'm just weary to my bones. Still, you don't expect to be bright and bon vivant so far away from home. So far away from home. I don't know a soul who's not been battered. I don't have a friend who feels at ease. I don't know a dream that's not been shattered or driven to its knees. But it's all right, it's all right. For we've lived so well, so long. Still, when I think of the road we're traveling on, I wonder what's gone wrong. I can't help it. I wonder what's gone wrong. Well, these words, some of us are old enough to remember, were written by Paul Simon over 50 years ago in a particularly challenging time of our country's life. The words were descriptive then, and I think they're prophetic because we feel some of those same things today. We're in a similar mood. And into this time, crises occur that take our breath away. One of those crises was just a week and a half ago in our city of Burnsville, Minnesota. I serve as a Burnsville chaplain for the police and fire departments. Sometimes people say, well, what does a chaplain do? My response these days is a chaplain spends some time with people in the worst moments of the worst days of their lives. And Sunday was one of those days for us, all of us. You know, I recall one call out just a few years ago. It was early in the morning. I went to the home, connected with the officer in charge, and was given some basic information about the woman that I was to talk to. Her partner had died in his sleep. He had decided that several months earlier, he had decided that he would not use drugs anymore. And he didn't. Until he did, the night before, and he died. And the officer pointed to the porch and said, she's out there. You can go talk to her now. She's expecting you. So I went and introduced myself and asked if we could talk, if she could tell me what happened. She wanted to talk, but she was beside herself. She was chain smoking, and her hands were shaking with all of the stress that she felt. But she told me her story. And then it was quiet. We waited in silence. And all of a sudden, very loudly, she said, Jesus Christ, why did this happen? Silence again. And then just half a minute later, she said the same thing with the same intensity, the same volume. Jesus Christ, why did this happen? I asked her, do you know what it sounds like when you say that? No, what? I said, well, it sounds like a prayer. What? I said, well, it sounds like a prayer. Would you like me to offer a prayer for you right now? Oh, yes. Yes, I would. So I waited, and then I prayed. Jesus Christ, why did this happen? Jesus Christ, why did this happen? I said, Lord, even as we ask this, we know there are no answers that would satisfy. But honestly, it's a question in our minds and on our hearts. So we ask you, stay close. Give us even a glimmer of hope that we can make it through this. We so need you right now. Well, now she wasn't smoking anymore and her hands weren't shaking. We just sat quietly and talked for a while longer. You know, people of faith have always been familiar with hard questions, impossible questions. And God is familiar with people who ask impossible questions with whatever emotion we have when we ask them. The Old Testament prophet said, how long must I call for help? Why do you make me look at injustice? Why do you tolerate wrongdoing? That was Habakkuk. Job, we all know Job, suffering prophet, suffering leader. Job says, why have you made me your target, God? And Job was the guy that had everything. And then he lost everything. And he kept his faith. Amazing. You know, Job was the oldest book in the Bible, first written. So these questions have been around for they've been around forever. Suffering has been around forever. Evil has been around forever. Grief and loss have been around forever. So Job speaks for all of us at one time or another. Sometimes it feels like we're a target. It's not fair. The New Testament disciples came upon a man who was born blind. And he, of course, was at a terrible disadvantage in life. They asked Jesus, why was this man born blind? I mean, was it his problem or his parents? Crazy question. The answer was no, neither. It's no one's fault. It just happened. Jesus on the cross, as we know, quoted Psalm 22 when he said, my God, why have you forsaken me? Why have you abandoned me? Why have you left me all alone? We ask God the impossible question of why. But Jesus did, and we do too. We ask God that question. And even asking questions like that directly to God means on some level we believe he exists. And on some level we believe he's actually listening. On some level we believe he'll respond and somehow help us through. On a lighter note, I stopped by the Dairy Queen a while back. It was one of those middle afternoon, hadn't had lunch yet, feeling kind of low energy, kind of blah. So I stopped at the Dairy Queen. That always picks me up, you know. As I sat there pretending to read something and look busy, a young mother and her little boy walked by, and I heard her say as she walked in, today we can each get a dilly or a misty. Which would you like, Billy? Billy blurted out, I want a mudslide. And I thought, I like this kid. He had been watching television, of course. Well, his mom said, well, not today, Billy, but we can have a dilly or a misty. Which one would you like? I want a mudslide. So I put aside my reading. I thought this is going to be much more interesting than whatever I was reading. The little guy said loudly, I hate you. Well, I was getting ready to call one of you guys to come because you might need, child abuse going on or something. Mom didn't skip a beat, though. She didn't even change her expression. She just said, oh, that's too bad. I don't hate you, I love you. And I'd like to buy you a dilly or a Misty, but since you're not interested in those two things, I guess we'll have to go. And she gently took his hand and started heading toward the door. All of a sudden you hear him say, Dilly. Oh, would you like a dilly? You know, I think I'll have one too. Let's go order it. And off they went to the counter. Last I saw them a few minutes later, they were leaving, both eating their treats. He with ice cream running down his wrist. Still like that kid. Well, the point is this. God is at least as understanding as this wise young mom of this lucky young boy. He could say anything, and she said, he's my son. I don't need to discipline him for thinking that he hates me. He'll learn, he'll grow, but he'll learn more if I'm kind to him, even when he's unkind to me. I believe that's the way God treats us. And in our grief, and in our sorrow, in our suffering, we can say anything to him and know that he will be there for us. He understands our thoughts, our deepest emotions and struggles and growing pains. God's love is far stronger than our reactions when we're in grief and suffering. So we ask him, why? And we listen. And we reflect on it. And we talk with others who will listen to us. Others who won't give us too much advice. And who won't tell us to see things differently. But will just understand what we're experiencing now. You know, not everyone understands grief or realizes the time it takes to get some relief. It's easy to become cynical. I'm an old English major, and Robert Frost was one of my favorite poets. He wrote this poem called Home Burial, where a husband and wife lost their infant son, and they're discussing their feelings and thoughts, and they're not getting along very well. So at one point when the wife is leaving, she says, you know, friends make pretense of following you to the grave, but before one is in it, their minds are turned and making the best of their way back to life and living people and things they understand. We have thousands of people here today. Next week there won't be thousands, but hopefully we each have a few close friends who are there for us and will be there for us. And I can tell you the police and fire communities are very loyal to one another. They will be there for each of the families. I can promise you that. They will be there. A cynic is an idealist who doesn't want to be hurt again. When they've been hurt, they expect to be disappointed each time. Sometimes that's true, but in this case, it won't be. Our faith is a central resource for us as well. God doesn't leave us alone either. Listen to these interesting words from the book of Isaiah. Have you not known? Have you not heard? The Lord is the everlasting God, the creator of the ends of the earth. He does not faint or grow weary. His understanding is unsearchable. He gives power to the faint and strengthens the powerless. Even youths will faint and be weary, and the young will fall exhausted. But those who wait for the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. We aren't alone. We have each other. We have resources. We have the respect and gratitude of people in our community. And the prophet here lists 3 images of staying in the faith: flying like an eagle, running and staying strong, and walking without giving up. Now, paradoxically, the eagle is probably the easiest time. Rising up means spreading our wings and allowing the air currents to lift us up. And we're not fighting the wind, we're using the wind. That's why people who have a committed friend, they say, he or she was the wind beneath my wings. That's how I see a lot of the relationships in the police and the fire communities. The deep friendships that are formed, the being there for each other, the respect, the crazy sense of humor, and the respect in the middle of it, the wind beneath our wings. So these friends make it possible for us to move ahead, make it progress, become successful, make it through difficult times of grief and struggle like these days. We need both our faith and our friends to lift us these days. Running is often difficult until you do it so regularly that you grow into it, and when you do, you can actually enjoy it. It's hard for non-runners to understand. I used to be a runner, 20 pounds and 20 years ago. But you get to the place where you get this high, this runner's high. Again, if you're not a runner, don't even try to understand it. But if you are, you've been there, jogging along mile after mile. And there's a kind of sense of exhilaration that comes. I don't know if Isaiah was a runner or not, but he seemed to understand that. One would think walking would be the most natural and the easiest. Still, if you're exhausted and you don't have reserves of energy, walking can become drudgery, and then it can even feel dangerous. We can question ourselves, wonder if we can make it, feel like there's never-ending corners to turn. Walking long enough can drain our energy, sap our strength, and lower our resolve. Grief can seem never-ending as well. It can go on for much longer than we hoped or expected. The promise is that we can make it through with the power of faith in the presence of one another. God bless us as we heal and grow and grieve and express ourselves to God and to our friends. As we do, we realize that we are not alone, that we can make it. We can slowly and surely grow into hope. May God help us to wait on Him and to renew our strength.
ever since I was a child. Some call it free, and some call it wild. There will be a light. There will be a light. There will be a light. Oh, there will be a light. Let the warmth of my love dry away all your tears. Fear not, for I am with you. I will fear not with you here. There will be a light. There will be a light. There will be a light. There will be a They tell me there are a lot of people watching us today. I don't want to pass up this opportunity without suggesting that there may be a number of young people, high school, college age, young adults, who might ask themselves the question if they're called to these kinds of tasks, these kinds of positions. If you're someone of character, a young person looking for purpose in life, it's not because someone talks you into it. If you sense a calling to this, if you want to become people like we're celebrating today, think about it. Many departments, police and fire across our nation, are looking for the right people. You might be one of those. So I just invite you to consider it. Now let us pray together. Our Lord, the psalmist said that the Lord places the lonely in families, and yet 3 families are now lonely themselves because they each have lost a loved one. Paul, Matt, Adam. And they were lost unexpectedly, violently, unfairly. So now we pray for their families. Pray for their work families and police and fire. Pray for the broader community of neighbors and friends. Lord, you are our Father, and God, you are the one who gives us courage and comfort, healing and love. We look to you to hold us up by your strong arms around us. We look to you with the psalmist to guide us with your eye. We look to you to open your ears to our cry. Give us faith to believe that you will be present with us in all of the challenges and changes of life. When we can't fathom what has happened and it doesn't seem real, be with us. When we are beside ourselves with rage at the unfairness of it all, be with us. When we are stuck in analyzing the situation, thinking that somehow will help, be with us. When we are overcome with the heaviness of our loss, be with us.
When we can't find anyone to trust enough to talk with, be with us. In all of these times, we ask that you bring your presence, and also people close who will simply be with us, a friend, not trying to fix the situation and certainly not trying to fix us. Someday in the future, will you lead us to a grateful place for the loving memories we have of Paul and Matt and Adam, for who they were, for the gifts that we have received from them, and for the gifts you want us to pay forward to others in their honor. Guide us in doing things that we're suited for and that would delight them to know that we were doing them while we were thinking of them. We pray in Christ's name. Amen. And now, please receive the benediction. Lord, lead us from this place, never forgetting, always learning from our memories of Paul, Matt, and Adam. May we live with courage greater than our fears. May we live with commitment greater than our self-interest. May we live with compassion greater than our pride. We pray in your name. Amen. Now the fire folks will come and continue their honors for these heroes.
When I am called to duty, God, wherever flames may rage, give me the strength to save a life, whatever be its age. Help me embrace a little child before it is too late, or save an older person from the horror of that fate. Enable me to be alert and hear the weakest shout. Quickly and efficiently to put the fire out. I want to fill my calling to give the best in me, to guard my friend and neighbor and protect his property. And if according to your will, I must answer death's call, bless me with your protecting hand, my family, one and all.
Everyone, please rise if you're able. The sounding of a bell is a tradition of the fire service and law enforcement. In the past, as firefighters began their tour of duty, the bell signaled the beginning of that day's shift. Throughout the day and night, each alarm was sounded by a bell, which summoned these brave men and women to fight fires and to place their lives on the line for the good of their fellow citizens. When the fire was out and the alarm had come to an end, it was the bell that signaled the completion of that call. When a firefighter had died in the line of duty, it was the toll of the bell that solemnly announced a comrade's passing. In law enforcement, the time-honored tradition of tolling a bell recognizes the officer's years of providing service and protection to their fellow citizen. It signifies the commitment of the officer to always answer the call to help their fellow man move towards danger and sacrifice one's life for another. And so, to Paul, Matthew, and Adam, who have selflessly given their lives for the good of their fellow man, their task completed, their duties well done, we will again sound their last alarm. They have gone home. All uniformed personnel, up, down, read them on. Order on. Right. Ready, now. Outside, ready. Unfold. Outside, ready. Unfold.
Present. Go. Ready. Step. Ready. Ice.
Forward. March.
Over. Out. Over. Pull.
All units stand by for final call. Empire to 45-183. Empire to 45-176. Empire to firefighter badge number 83. Empire calling 45-183, 45-176, and firefighter badge number 83. All units, Officer Matthew Rugi, badge 45-183, Officer Paul Elstran, badge 45-176, and firefighter Adam Finseth, badge number 83, have answered their final call. These men responded together, laid down their lives for one another, and died doing what they were called to do. The citizens of Burnsville will forever be in their debt. Their sacrifice will not be forgotten. Empire to 45-183, 45-176, firefighter 83, may you forever rest in peace.
3, color. Ready, face. Forward, march.
You may be seated. This will conclude the insides part of the services. Your ushers will usher all the uniformed personnel out. If all civilians can remain seated, you will be released at the appropriate times. And with some urgency, if everybody can get out into the sea of uniforms out in front of door 2, with the guidance of the ushers, we will get that concluded. Thank you.
We've been watching live coverage of the memorial to 3 Minnesota first responders, Burnsville officers Paul Elstran and Matthew Rugi, and paramedic firefighter Adam Finseth. You see outside a number of officers. And now you see the caskets as they're approaching those to take them outside for the honors that will continue here in just a few minutes.
We are expecting a rifle volley outside, taps to be played. We're expecting a flyover, so there will be a whole nother ceremony that takes place outdoors here ahead of the procession that will wind through Eden Prairie. That's the church where the service is, and into Burnsville to continue the honors for these three men. But a beautiful memorial inside really gave you a window into who these three men were. We learned a lot more than we knew this morning.
Yeah, we heard a lot about all three men and their dedication, the selflessness that they have, their compassion, and then also a number of roles that they played, not only in law enforcement, but also in the community as well.
These are the types of people you want protecting your community. I think it's safe to say that. They all seemed extremely dedicated to service, sort of this calling. We know it's less of a profession and more of a calling, and these three men definitely embodied that, you know, the final call moment.
And the absolute silence that followed for quite some time.
That was a somber moment and really underlines that this is final, and that this is something three families have to live with forever. It's something the community will certainly remember and try to honor moving forward, and just a big day for Burnsville and for Minnesota.
A lot of moments, obviously, that stand out, though, we'll be talking about here today. But one for me was hearing Burnsville Police Chief Tanya Schwartz talking about the why of law enforcement and first responders and asking the question, posing it to everyone, why do it? And I don't have a full response, but this was the key: because it's right. And these men knew that it was right and important to support their community in this way.
And the chaplain, you heard him call out, if you're a young person watching this and you think, wow, I want to be a hero in my community.
I want to have that character.
That departments around the country are looking for the right people. And I thought that was such a great point to emphasize. And these three were the right people, from what we can tell and from what we've heard today and over the past week and a half. We also heard from Sergeant Adam Medot today. I believe for the first time. He was a surviving officer. He was also a mentor and training officer to the two police officers lost in this incident. And so I believe it's the first time we've heard from him. From his own words, he shared some details of what happened that morning and the bravery that these three men exhibited on that day.
Yeah, and he really explained that, and also showed his love for them through humor. He told a couple of really interesting stories, including just talking about working with Paul and joking about him calling a go-away vehicle where there were robbery suspects as opposed to a getaway car, and that became a regular thing. And the fact that Paul was considering becoming a sergeant and mentioned that obviously he would have made a fantastic sergeant.
And what you're looking at now is people making their way outside the church in Eden Prairie to continue honors outside. You can watch our live coverage of these upcoming honors streaming now on CBS News Minnesota. And we'll see you back here on WCCO with complete coverage starting at 4.
We appreciate you staying with us here on CBS News Minnesota. We just brought you the memorial service for the 3 first responders killed in the line of duty, and obviously the honors are going to extend now outside, and then we'll also have coverage this afternoon of the procession. We have reporters lining that route. We have reporters outside of both of the churches. This is a look at what is happening outside of Grace Church in Eden Prairie. That church fits almost 5,000 people. We saw it overflowing with law enforcement and the families of these 3 fallen first responders. So you can see people making their way outside now to continue the honors, but a beautiful start, a nice remembrance. If it can be nice, I thought that it was really well put together. Some personal insight into these 3 men. And we we heard that really all three of them shared some characteristics from how dedicated they were not only to a life of service but to their families. We heard about selfless acts, the kind of compassion that they used in the roles they chose, and all three of these men always wanted to find a new way to help, a new role. They were always looking to better themselves, at the same time bettering the community in those roles.
Absolutely. We heard from Sergeant Adam Medot. He was injured in this incident that took the 3 lives of the fallen first responders, and he worked very closely, especially with the 2 police officers.
Yeah, with Paul and Matt.
With Paul and Matt, and he told, as you were saying earlier, great stories. I want to take a moment to talk about Matt Rugi and some stories that he shared. He basically let us in on kind of what was happening the morning that they lost their lives, that Matt Rugi was doing the crisis negotiation on that morning. It is something he was recently trained in, going through, I think, a 40-hour FBI course in the fall, very recently, to become more specialized in crisis negotiation.
And that he was doing a great job in that crisis negotiator role. And the quote that stood out there and sort of took my breath away was when he said, and he was really speaking to everyone, but saying, you can't reason with evil. He
also said that he saw Finseth running into the line of fire to save the officers that were injured. And he kind of ended on saying, you know, we were there for 7 children that day. That was the scenario, and that nothing could be more honorable than going in first, then buying time for other officers to get into place for more resources to make the situation safer for others.
Because the longer it goes, the better the possible outcome in a scenario like that one.
You are looking outside the Grace Church in Eden Prairie, where we just wrapped up the memorial service for the 3 fallen first responders from Burnsville. We know that there will be a continuation of honors for them outside. We are expecting a flyover and more ceremonial moments to happen to give them this proper send-off.
I mean, it's a sea of people. And so it's going to obviously take some time to get everyone, the thousands of people outside. We heard at the end the mention of we're going to try to keep this moving as quickly as possible, but there are obviously a lot of people that need to get in place before they can begin these outdoor ceremonies, before we see the procession from the church there in Eden Prairie back to Burnsville, which we know, even on a very cold day, Aaron, is going to be lined with supporters. We were already seeing them before this even began.
Yeah, this is a long day. You know, people started getting in place early this morning to make this all go as smoothly as we've seen that it has gone. But there's still a lot coming up here, from the outdoor honors to the procession. Back to the memorial service, though, we heard from, people who worked with these first responders and kind of got a window. Apparently, Matt Rugi had a great sense of humor.
Yeah, and he had a ton of nicknames, from Rugi because of going rogue to the book because he always went by the book. It was very interesting to get an idea about that and the teasing nature that there was between these officers who all worked together. And also wanted to mention that we heard that Matt Smith was the one who was talking about Paul Elmstrand in particular, and said, and this was difficult to hear, is that Paul himself was dedicated to honoring fallen officers and had just made the Lima Honor Guard. And just the love of his family. I remember Matt was speaking directly to the family, to Cindy and to the 2 young children, Maria and Mateo, and telling stories about how much the family and the kids meant to him and sharing photos and the like.
Yeah, he had a passion for honoring the fallen, and look at all the people who have showed up to honor him today. We want to go out live to Reg Chapman right now. He is live for us along the procession route. And Reg, how's it looking out there? Probably a few more people gathering now.
That's right, Aaron. This is the place where many in the community came to share space together, to come to grieve together, and that has continued throughout the day. While you all were watching the memorial service and from the Overflow Church as well as from Grace Church there in Eden Prairie, a lot of people came out here to make sure first responders and their families were able to share those spaces together. They came out here to pay their final respects. These cars and ambulances that kind of were the work vehicles of our fallen heroes have been uncovered because of the people that were coming here today, yet with flowers, with stuffed animals, bringing their children to make sure to show their honor and respect to these first responders who died in the line of duty. Right now, as you can see, those vehicles are uncovered. People are starting to trickle in to come here. This is the one space that has always been reserved for community to come together to remember these three heroes here in Burnsville. One of them, Finseth, Adam Finseth, was also a veteran of the military, so we saw some military members, those active and non-active, coming by with flowers, with stuffed animals to pay their final respects. This is a very somber day here in Burnsville. City offices and facilities are all closed, and many of those employees are here. We see the big trucks with the cranes that are erecting the American flag. They are in place. They have been getting in place all morning. You see nothing but flags beginning to line this processional route here in Burnsville. People are lining up, getting ready to say their final farewells. And these are usually the people that I talked to earlier that said they didn't want to go to the church service because they wanted to reserve that space for other first responders and for families. They felt that they needed to be here because this is where community kind of gathered. Ever since that Sunday morning, people have been coming here to share space together. This is where they feel most comfortable, grieving and mourning, as well as celebrating the lives of these heroes. We expect more people to come out here, hundreds, possibly thousands, to line this processional march that will come right here through Burnsville, pass by the City Hall, and we're waiting to see those people come in and ride. Like I said, the parking lot is filling up, so people are leaving their services, coming here to say their final goodbyes. Aaron and Derek.
Yeah, Reg, it's important to be able to navigate something like this with support. So to do it together just really makes sense.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Reg, for the update.
It really does, Derek, and we... Oh, okay.
All right, thanks, Reg. We'll check back with you in a little bit. You are looking outside of Grace Church in Eden Prairie. That is where they are preparing to do some more outdoor honors after the memorial service. There was an Overflow church as well in Burnsville. So this is Eden Prairie. We want to go now to Burnsville, where the Overflow church.
Yeah, they knew that there, with so many from the law enforcement and first responder community, there just wouldn't be seats for all the other folks that wanted to share in this today. And Adam Dexter is at Prince of Peace Lutheran Church. It looks like we may have just lost. Oh, Adam's signal may be coming back, but I remember you telling us, Adam, that between 1,800 and about 2,000 would be able to be in there to follow along with the service.
Yeah, Derek, they told us they had space for 1,800 people today, and still not quite sure on the exact number that we saw show up, but we do know that this parking lot was full today well before this service started, and just moments ago, people letting out, talking to even more people here that made the effort to come out and be here in person. Even though it was a stream of the service here in the church, they felt they needed to come and show their support. I just talked to a couple of friends who said they needed to come here to show support for those fallen first responders and their families. People here in town, of course, this church right in the center of town, say they hope that the community effort and the community response we've seen this week and this last week and a half really continues into the future. And I know we have just a snippet of what folks were saying just moments before this service got started earlier.
Need to be here and grieve with the families, grieve with my neighbors and former colleagues in law enforcement, and just to be here.
I think people are reflecting on the role that these men play and how important it is to our entire community to remain safe.
I hope that the police department here knows how much people care for them and that their profession is noble and we support them.
My son, John, is a police officer in St. Peter, and this hits really close to home. I worry about him a lot, and it shakes me to my core.
It's going to be tough for everybody. I mean, obviously the families, but I hope they see how much people care, and our hearts are with them.
And again, that just gives you a range, Aaron and Derek, of some of the responses we got when we asked people coming into the service today, what's bringing you here and what's on your heart. And I think even just for myself personally, seeing the level of outpouring support here, right here in Burnsville, grassroots support that we've seen over the course of the last week and a half has truly been tremendous. Everything from local restaurants giving away entire days of profit to people making decals, or people just showing up to that memorial day after day. And then again, last Saturday we even saw a convoy, and those are people who made it a point to say we're the age of those first responders and we have families and we just would want someone to show up for us. So again, all of that to just show, I mean, you hear Burnsville strong, but just to show the level of support that has truly come out of this community the last week and a half. And of course, where we're standing right now, just about a mile down the road from where the folks at City Hall and outside the police station are. This will be one of the last places that procession passes by, and so we still have people hanging around hoping to catch a glimpse of that procession as it comes by later on today.
Yeah, on a very cold afternoon as well. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you. You know what Adam was talking about, that kind of community support. I mean, you're seeing it here outside of Grace Church in Eden Prairie as we prepare for more honors outside. But also we heard about this from Brandon Johansson, I believe. He's a captain with the Burnsville Fire Department, and he made a good point that was echoed a lot throughout the memorial service. He actually spoke to Adam Finseth's wife and children, Liam and Nora. He addressed them, directly and said, "We will be by your side forever." I mean, not just now, today, or next week, but if you ever want to talk about your dad, if you ever need support, we are going to be there. And we heard that from a lot of people, that this is a tight-knit group. It's a large group. I mean, look at it.
Yeah.
But that this is a group, the first responder family in Minnesota, across the country, is there for one another in the hardest of times, which is what the community is going through today.
And I think when Captain Brandon Johansson said that, talking directly to Adam Finseth's family and saying, "We promise to take care of your family," that really, I think, says a lot about this community, how close-knit it is, and how important it is that this is going to be support that continues long after today.
Yeah, there's a general support for law enforcement, but there was also really touching personal moments of this is really the day, the hour, the time to talk about these three men and the lives that they led and the character that they had and the purpose and dedication that they brought to their job every day. We have Jason Rantala live for us. He is also along the procession route, and we want to check in with him to see how it's looking out there. Jason.
Yeah, that's right. This is the very first stop for that procession here outside Burnsville Fire Station number 2. And let's give you a look at some of the public works crews. There's one car from Edina, right out of the shot here, but several public works vehicles lined up here to block the route that should be happening within the next half hour, or maybe a little bit more than that. And let's kind of show you this vigil that we have here set up outside the fire station. We have flowers. Just saw some folks lay out those ones in the bouquets, the glass bouquets, maybe about an hour ago. You have flags, of course, balloons, and to the very right there, that orange sign, if you can see it, that thank you to both Burnsville Police and Burnsville Fire. If we turn a little bit more to the right now, you can see more public works crews. We just started having some people come out here and braving the cold to come get a look at this procession that's coming in the next 45 minutes or so, ballpark time here. It's going to head down the street you're looking at right now and then eventually head south. So we are awaiting the start of that. Of course, we will keep you posted. When we see anything, we'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you. We also heard from the Burnsville police chief. She gave a wonderful speech, Chief Tanya Schwartz, and she said, you know, she was reflecting on moments like this that are like powerful, that crystallize in your mind, and that show the support. She talked about the moment that we showed a lot in the initial hours when all of those first responders stood guard at the hospital.
Yeah, at HCMC.
Yes.
And saying that we will never forget having that support, those arms wrapped around us from those very early moments, those first few hours.
She also underlined that this is a sacrifice not for people who take up this job, but for their families. And doesn't that hit home, knowing that two of these men were husbands and fathers, that, you know, Matt Rugi has a family that's missing him dearly today. And so her thanking and underlining that this is something that impacts the whole family when someone decides, you know, to follow this calling and to serve community in this way.
Yeah, she talked about and explained that thin blue line and the red line as well, and talked about how those lines stand for things like solidarity and selflessness, courage, and of course what we're dealing with today, which is the ultimate sacrifice. And one quote of hers that stood out for me was when she said, "We have seen the best and the worst of what law enforcement brings," and that is what we're doing today, is honoring these men who did pay the ultimate sacrifice in the worst of situations.
You're looking at the best there. Obviously, people gathering outside of the church, first responders getting ready for those outdoor respects and honors. We were going to check in with Jonah Chaplain, who's live for us in the newsroom. He has been watching the memorial service, was taking note of some special kind of poignant moments. And Jonah, I wonder what stood out to you.
Aaron, the circumstances that really led up to this, if we think about it, I mean, reflected the just incivility of this world. And today was the opposite of that. There was decorum, there was valor, some of the other words I wrote down, pride, decency. I mean, even hearing that final call at the end, it was chilling in some respects to just hear the purpose, the structure, the humility of these officers. And out of all the speakers, Sergeant Adam Medlicott, we only knew him until today as the third police officer who was shot and survived. He went to the hospital and was home a couple days later. But today, we also learn now that he was a supervisor, he was a field trainer for Paul Elmstrand, and he really almost humanized these officers and individuals. And take a listen now to what he had to say, because he really, I think, set the tone for the day, and really, again, made it much more than just 3 first responders who were killed. These were 3 people. These were 3 individuals with smiles, with families. And take a listen.
I would like to talk briefly and share a few stories about my partners and friends, Paul Elmstrand and Matthew Rugi. I supervised both of them on nights and was standing with them on their final call. I was one of Paul's field training officers. Although I quickly realized how smart and thoughtful Paul was, he still had his moments. One day we were dispatched to a report of a theft in progress at Macy's. As we pulled up to the store, we saw a vehicle unoccupied and idling in front of the main entrance. Excitedly, Paul yells, "Look, it's the go-away vehicle." I kind of just looked at him in disbelief for a moment before saying, "It's getaway car, Paul." I remember the very first call I went on with Matthew Rugi. I was training a new officer, and Matt had just completed field training himself. We were dispatched to a young lady who was to start an addiction treatment program that day. A van was outside of her house to bring her to the facility, but she had sat down inside a closet and was refusing to leave. I watched Matt and the new officer that I was training work through this call for a while, and it was a disaster. They didn't know what to say or how to say it, and I remember Matt looking back at me. With a face that said, "I don't know what else to do." That's when I had to step in, and I took over all the talking. A little while later, I had talked this young lady out of the house and into the van for treatment.
After the call, Matt walked up to me and said, "Thanks, Adam. Man, I really effed that one up." He used the real word, though. Like any other cop, I said back to him, "Yeah, you really did." But I also told him that he was young, and he was new to the profession. I'd been doing this for over a decade. You'll learn, you'll grow, you'll get a lot better. I was standing next to him on his last call, but now it was Matt that was doing all the talking. And now it was me that was looking to him for the answer. I believed in him as a crisis negotiator, and everyone here should know he was doing an amazing job of it. You can't reason with evil. You didn't F this one up, Matt. Finseth, I didn't know you as well as the other two, so unfortunately I don't have any intimate stories to share with you. But I saw you run into the line of fire to save me and my guys. You're the bravest person I've ever known. I will be forever thankful.
Think more about those remarks, Derek and Aaron. The very next speaker, Officer Pete Muller. Remember, this was a huge response on the morning of February 18th. They talked about how Matt Rugi, as the crisis negotiator, extraordinarily heroic and buying time for the officers, buying time for the responders to get there. And every extra minute that he had in negotiating with the individual that was holed up in that home, that was basically keeping his own kids potentially hostage, every moment that he bought was time that was invaluable to get those resources there, to get the paramedics there, to get the SWAT team there. And that, to me, there was a way to talk about this instance which really showed, again, humanized them. And I think those words are going to resonate for a long, long time.
Negotiating for hours in an effort to protect the people in the house and the people that were coming in to help. So true. Thank you, Jonah.
Yeah. Did you notice, and we are getting ready for these outdoor honors, but did you notice that everyone had a band over their badge today? It's something that first responders do when they lose one of their own. Some are wearing a black badge, some are wearing a blue badge, you know, kind of a strip over the badge. And think about the fact that some people have to work today. I mean, some of the Burnsville police officers
will start a shift.
Burnsville firefighters, they're on shift right now. They're grieving. They're going through a lot. I'm sure they would like to be here, but I bet that they are, you know, they're answering calls as we speak. Think about the people who are working through this, the first responders in not just Burnsville, but the entire metro, the entire state, who I'm sure would love to be here and would absolutely be here if they didn't have to work. But there are people right now answering the call, even as the community takes a moment. They're not able to in the same way, and so we just want to appreciate the fact that there are first responders on duty right now.
And they're doing it in honor of Paul, Matthew, and Adam and what they did.
You're looking at thousands of first responders sort of filing out of the Grace Church in Eden Prairie, where nearly 5,000 first responders, you know, filed in just hours ago for the memorial service. What we're expecting outside very shortly here is taps to be played, another sort of series of ceremonies. We're expecting a flyover,
a gun salute,
and then the procession will kick off from there. We know it's going through Eden Prairie and
back to Burnsville.
We have reporters lined along the route. We've checked in with, you know, Reg and Jason. They will be there for us throughout that procession. But a beautiful memorial service this morning honoring Adam Finseth, Officer Paul Elmstrand, and Officer Matthew Rugi, the two police officers, just 27 years old. Two of these three men, fathers to two young children each. And we've been talking about it, but I think it's a good point to make that paramedic Adam Finseth served our country. He's a veteran. You know, he served 2 tours in Iraq and never ever expected to come home to Minnesota to serve his local community. And lose his life here doing the job that he was called to do.
Yeah, and Burnsville Fire Chief B.J. Jungman said it so well. He said he was an honorable man, serving honorably, talking about Adam Finseth, and not only that previous service that you mentioned, protecting our country, but also that he was on the Health and Wellness Committee, and that he was the tactical paramedic on the SWAT team. He was also a water rescue instructor, and so like the other two men, he was always looking to find new ways to help, new roles that he could find to help assist others, and really to make the first responders around him better.
We also heard, I believe it was Officer Paul Elmstrand, who was looking for a promotion. He was ready to become sergeant. He was going through the process of saying, I want to take on more responsibility. And so we are going to hear from the police chief. I think we have a little snippet of her remarks from the memorial service earlier.
This is Tanya Schwartz.
To our public safety community, you have embraced us. You have dropped off gifts. You have stood guard at the hospital. You have kept our community safe while we have been grieving and trying to make sense of this tragedy. And we know that you are grieving too. You have given us strength when we have needed it the most. We will never forget what you have done. Thank you for having our six. We will always have yours. For those who struggle, and there will be struggle, we will get through this together. We will take care of each other. Be strong, be courageous, and remember, our communities need us. Matt and Paul chose this career to keep people in our city safe, and they gave their lives doing just that. It feels cruel. There are no words to provide sufficient comfort. All we can do is promise you our support, and we assure you that we will forever be by your side. I cannot imagine the hole their deaths have left in your lives. Navigating a new normal without their hugs, their smiles, their kindness, and all of the things you love dearly about them. It will be difficult and it will take time. Know that you have our unwavering commitment to continue to walk alongside of you. To our fallen heroes, thank you. We miss you. Know that we will continue to wear the badge with honor and serve with courage, just as you did. Know that this will not break us, and we will find peace because that is what you would want us to do. Know that we will never give up because you didn't. Know that we will lay our burdens and our guilt down because that is what you would want us to do. Know that you will forever be missed, but we will always be united. Know that you can rest easy, and we've got it from here.
That was Burnsville Police Chief Tanya Schwartz giving her remarks. You know, everything that we saw from this memorial service just makes you want to go home and hug your loved ones.
On behalf
whether you work as a first responder or not, it just makes you realize how fragile life can be. You were looking at thousands file out of the Grace Church in Eden Prairie to eventually continue these honors outdoors. You know, we've heard from a lot of people in the community saying, well, what can I do? Because people have brought flowers to, you know, the different memorials that have been set up.
They've brought food out.
They've brought food. We know that there is one fund. It's with a police officers union that is raising money, and we have that information on our website. But Derek, you know what? Another thing that we hear a lot doing our job is you can thank an officer.
Just thank an officer.
Or thank a first responder.
It can be as simple as a thank you. It could be, you know, even having your kids having a conversation about the roles that these brothers and sisters, these men and women, as law enforcement, as first responders, play in our community every day. And maybe talking those conversations out of the sacrifices that they make for the betterment of our safety and for the community's safety when times are tough, and that they're called in, and the sacrifices they make. You know, you have all the time you don't think of this, but there are all those that are serving on all the major holidays, whether it's Thanksgiving or Christmas, and the events that they miss out on within their families and within their friends because someone always has to be on call to serve.
Middle of the night,
Yep.
the dead of winter, whatever the call. And for these three men, unfortunately, their final call was about a week and a half ago. And so taking this time as a community to come together, take a beat, and really reflect on what they gave and what they gave back to their community. All three of these men stepping up in different ways within their departments to say, what can I do? And we just know that so many community members are wanting to show their support. One place we've seen that today is outside of a church in Burnsville, where they set it up so that the community who couldn't fit into the Eden Prairie Church could go out there. And that's where Adam Duxter is live. Adam's been talking with people all morning who want to just come out and say thank you, Adam.
Yeah, Aaron and Derek, and we've actually moved about a block away from Prince of Peace. That was another reason why they chose that church for today, was its proximity to Nicollet Ave here, where that procession is going to be eventually passing by. So as things got cleared out of there, we moved over to here. But the overwhelming kind of
We're going to try to come back to Adam here in just a moment, having some issues with his signal there, but we should mention that this procession will take some time, and that's why, you know, city offices as well as schools are closed today, knowing that to go from Eden Prairie back to Burnsville, going by the police and fire stations, and Prince of Peace Lutheran Church there in Burnsville, where Adam is going to take some time here today.
Yeah. If you're just tuning in, the memorial service for the three fallen first responders who lost their lives in that Burnsville incident about a week and a half ago just wrapped up. We had an indoor memorial service. It started about 11:30, I believe. And what you're seeing now is the nearly 5,000 first responders that attended, along with their families, filing out of that church, Grace Church in Eden Prairie, where we're anticipating outdoor honors to continue, a flyover, a gun salute, and from there, the procession. But inside, we've been taking time to talk about those moments. I think, honestly, the most moving person I heard from today was Sergeant Adam Medlicott, just because, you know, he was there with them on that morning. He trained the two police officers.
That's right. They had that relationship.
Yes, to be prepared for these moments, and it sounded like these were the men that went in first. You know, that firefighter, paramedic, Adam Finseth, was the one who went in to try to save these officers. And just hearing from him, you know, really hit home for me. We haven't heard from him since he was shot and injured in that incident.
Yeah, let's bring in Jonah Chaplain once again, because Jonah, you were watching and listening along with us, and, you know, picking up some of those moments that are really going to stand out from today.
Well, Derek and Aaron, let's also remember, none of these guys are public speakers. They're not in the public eye. They are not known to be in front of congregations. Even the chaplain, kind of a very low-key guy. And when you're a police chaplain, my dad was a police chaplain, a lot of things are done behind the scenes. It's not like you have a pulpit. It's not like you're a preacher. And public service is done behind the scenes. Yes, you're out in the open, of course, you're a community leader, but nobody ever expects or is trained to speak in front of an audience in person of 3,000 to 4,000 people. And of course, we don't know how many tens of thousands were watching with us here online, watching on air, and we know that there were tributes coming in from around the world. One of the speakers today, in addition to the police officers, was the fire chief, Chief B.J. Youngman. And take a listen, he talked about Adam Finseth, and he said, you know, one of the things that stuck out to him about Adam Finseth was anytime you saw him, the response was, "How's the family?"
Adam had a servant's heart and was the most humble person you could meet. Without exception, the first question out of Adam's mouth when you would see him was, "How's the family?" These examples don't speak of a man seeking glory. These are examples of an honorable man serving honorably. Adam died helping his comrades
without a second thought. I'm going to miss him greatly. It's been a tough week, but I can say the level of character I've seen and experienced, not only of Adam, but everyone who continues to serve, makes me proud. I would challenge everyone who is attending this memorial service to honor Adam daily by emulating how he had consistently acted. Just take one thing Adam did and emulate it consistently. If everyone did the things Adam did, the world would be a kinder and more loving place. To Adam, Paul, and Matt's families, I want you to know your public safety family is with you now and into the future. Today we pay tribute and give honor. Tomorrow we will get back to the honorable work of serving others.
Today, February 28th, of course, 10 days since that horrific shooting on the morning of February 18th. And I think all of us, Aaron and Derek, we've all had a chance to kind of process this. And I've been thinking a lot, you know, even if it was just the 2 officers that were killed, and we know domestic violence has become increasingly common of a call and also very dangerous. In fact, there was another officer from Polk County who was killed last year, Josh Owen, also responding to a domestic call. But add in here, we have a firefighter. And look, our community has more than firefighters before, but they're typically lost. Maybe a building collapses of smoke inhalation. Never an act of violence like this, which really brings together all this law enforcement and shows the unique risks that they now have in answering and kind of the climate that they go into. So just so much to process. And of course, this grief, there's no expiration date for it. These lives, not just of the families, but of their colleagues, irrevocably changed.
All right, thanks, Jonah. We want to go back to Grace Church in Eden Prairie. We understand TAPS is now playing as the outdoor service continues.
Preparing for a flyover, it appears.
And look at that, raising the flags, just to see thousands of first responders, thousands more probably watching.
All saluting at this moment.
At home, saluting right now. You've got firefighter paramedic Adam Finseth, Officer Paul Elmstrand, Officer Matthew Rugi being remembered and honored by fellow first responders in the thousands.
And an opportunity for the lives that were touched by these men, by others in law enforcement, to be recognized here today. and really to do it in a way that is representative and deserving of the sacrifice that they made.
We heard a lot of promises in the memorial service from other first responders that they're not going to let these families of the fallen walk alone in their grief journey, and I think this is a great show of that support and the fact that they mean it and they're going to keep that promise. I have no doubt, as 3 families are now figuring out what it means to continue without their loved ones, without their father or husband or son.
Flag's just lowered there.
And you can see a pair of hearses, as well as some movement. And we know that after this concludes, there will be a procession. This could be quite a lengthy procession. It will stop at the fire department, police department, and Prince of Peace Church. We have live crews stationed at all of those stops and along the way. We have been bringing you stories for a week and a half of the community shows of support, whether it be businesses donating, a day of profits, or people bringing flowers to City Hall. I mean, people just want to show that they are with these families.
That convoy on Saturday, seeing those images from Burnsville Center of just how many people were there, how many vehicles were there, and then hearing that there were people that were stuck in traffic just trying to get to the start of it for hours that wanted to join in on that convoy, speaks so much to how everyone has wrapped their arms around these families, around the colleagues that these men worked with and their families and everyone in the community.
If I had to guess, it looks like people are dispersing. You were looking at the scene outside of the Grace Church in Eden Prairie, where the memorial service for the 3 fallen first responders you see there on your screen just concluded, and there were some outdoor honors, a brief flyover, and now the procession will take place. It'll leave Grace Church, travel south on Highway 169, and pass by the Burnsville Fire Station number 2, the police department, and the Prince of Peace Lutheran Church. This is just an opportunity for the community to stand up and show their support and grieve together. And look at that, the crane holding up the flag.
Flags,
it is something we have seen. I saw it yesterday. I wasn't even working yet, but driving along 494, and we know that Adam Finseth was taken along a highway route to be laid to rest at Fort Snelling, and that first responders from several cities draped giant flags from cranes like this along that highway route. Just another, really chilling show of support in all the best ways, that this is a community that is going to stand strong together.
Yeah, and you would see anytime there were any of these processions, movement of the bodies, whether it was from the medical examiner's office to the funeral home or other moments along the route, we would see, I remember seeing some Edina officers on top, standing on top of their fire truck on an overpass, saluting as the procession went by, and we'll see similar, probably in larger numbers today for this memorial. Yeah,
that underscores a good point, and a really important point, that every step of the way, even when the widows of these men went to flower shops to pick up their arrangements for the funeral, that they came with fellow first responders by their side, that we're going to go with you in these hard moments and like the little moments.
Yeah, holding
like
their hands along in this process.
That they're going to, again, keep that promise that they'll support these families. We do have statements from the families that we'd like to share as we prepare for the procession here. We can start with firefighter paramedic Adam Finseth. His wife Tara gave a statement, a written statement, basically saying that to say our family's devastated is an understatement, that they are broken, that their children will grow up without their papa. She called him her soulmate. She said that so many are left with a void because Adam was the most selfless and humble person you'd ever meet, that he had this unwavering, warm smile, contagious laugh, genuine personality. And she says, we know he is by our side every day until we meet again in heaven. and then thanked the community as well for their support.
Here are some of the highlights from a statement from the family of Officer Paul Elmstrand, saying, "Our family is heartbroken at Paul's death. He was an amazing husband, father, son, and friend to many. He would stay awake so others could sleep. He could make anyone in a room feel welcome." And this was something that stood out for me. "He wore the same pair of pants and the most basic clothes so that he could spoil me and our children." This is from Cindy Elmstrand. "He had a servant's heart and would drop everything to help someone who is in need, whether it be family, friend, or someone on the street."
This next statement is from the family of Matthew Rugi, saying that Matthew was the light of our lives. He showed signs from the time he was born of perfecting the art of kindness, and he was a joy to everyone around him. We heard that echoed in the ceremony today. It says he never hesitated to drop what he was doing to help a neighbor or a friend in need, that he was the glue guy who made everyone around him better. From the earliest age, Matt wanted to help and protect people. We have heard that echoed as well, that he knew he wanted to be a police officer from a young age, and he shared that with people in high school. He found his true calling as a police officer, Matthew Rugi's family says, becoming an even greater force for good in the world. He said he wanted to be there for people when they were having the worst days of their lives and help them overcome their challenges. It goes on to say he was a true hero, that he would absolutely risk himself to save others. I think that's inherent in the job. It's what you sign up for. Now you hope to come home to your family every night. No one anticipates something like this to happen on a Sunday morning, but that's the reality, that is a possibility.
And we heard that all three of these men really led with empathy, and I think that's a common message that we heard throughout, that in so many ways they were really giving emotionally. It's not just the physical in these jobs, it's what they do emotionally to make connections and to help people when they're going through the most difficult situations in their lives. And they sort of led with that compassionate, caring, loving type of persona with everyone that they dealt with.
And we heard from the chaplain, if you're a young person and you see and hear about these three men and you're inspired that we need the right people to serve as first responders, it's like the community is having this collective realization that, gosh, we rely on these people to show up, and we want the best of the best to do this job because they are the ones who get us through the critical moments. And it really sounds like these three were the best of the best. The two police officers were 27 years old, so at the beginning of their careers. But we heard that they were stepping up, asking for more responsibility, that Matthew Rugi just went through an FBI, negotiation course to improve his skills and step up to say, I want to be the person who's the, crisis negotiator in the tough situations. That Officer Paul Elmstrand was looking to become a sergeant, was considering taking the next step to serve his community further.
Men of character, men of faith, for sure. We're going to, of course, continue to follow this. We're just watching as you still see, you've got a sea of people that are filing out to join this procession, which will go from the church here in Eden Prairie back to Burnsville. It's going to make those stops at the police and fire stations where we have our reporters set up today, as well as Prince of Peace Lutheran Church in Burnsville, which early on they started sending supporters to, saying, listen, unfortunately, this is going to fill very quickly, so this is going to be the spot for overflow viewing. But the good thing about that location is it is also along that route, which will allow people, and as you can see, we've kind of got this map here from Next Drive that shows you the route that they're going to be taking here today, those red arrows indicating that path.
Yeah, and so if you're seeing that on your screen and thinking, should I go out in the car and maybe, bring the kids? We know that Burnsville does not have school today.
Yep.
And so maybe it is a good opportunity as a family to go out and, sit along this route or sit in the car. We know it's a very cold day, but just to say thank you, because we've heard from so many that they want to express their love and support. Sometimes it's hard to find a way to do that. If you are wondering the same thing as you watch this procession kick off for these 3 fallen first responders, we know there is a fund to raise money for them. We have it on our website.
Yep.
There's one.
Yeah, we
one
should point
only.
out, and the reason for that is this is the only site that is verified
Yes.
through the families,
Important
and
to
that is
say.
the Law Enforcement Labor Services Benevolent Fund. They can take donations online or by mail, and as Aaron mentioned, all that information is at WCCO.com.
But we've seen people show their support by dropping flowers at their community vigils for these 3 men, Adam Finseth, Officer Paul Elmstrand, and Officer Matthew Rugi. But as we said earlier, Derek, I mean, a thank you for your service. We know for the veterans in our community, the first responders in our community, is time and time what we hear from them as like that goes a long way. When we see that people appreciate what we do, we don't ask for thanks, but if you're wondering what you can do, that goes a long way.
And I think not only saying thank you, but when you do come into contact with a first responder and you meet them, I think just asking them their why. Why did you want to do this? Why is it important to you to serve? Because I think having the opportunity to tell their stories also means a whole lot.
And look at this. This is the kickoff of the procession from Grace Church in Eden Prairie. You're seeing it from the air now. Thousands of first responders sort of filing their way out of the church to kick off this procession that we know will go past the fire department, the police department, the Prince of Peace Church. People, you know, there were 5,000 people at this memorial service, and so it takes a minute for all of those first responders and the families of the fallen to file out, to hop in the car, and we know there is a plan. You know, this is a very organized day, and orchestrating all of these people takes a lot of work, but this has been such a powerful moment for the community to collectively grieve. Think about how the families are feeling today. They have had or will have more private family services. But this is the moment for community and for them to see this outpouring of love in action.
Yeah, and I mean, the lives of these families have been changed forever. The lives of those who've served with these men are forever changed, and that was something that, you know, we heard from some of our speakers, is that I believe it was the Burnsville Police Chief, Tanya Schwartz, that was saying, listen, this is a new normal that we're all going to have to navigate, but the thing is, we're going to do that together. This is an awful, awful thing that happened. This is a tragedy, but this will not break us as a community, and that we will never give up, and that we're going to take care of these families and take care of each other, because that's what we do.
We learned today that Paul Elmstrand, a 27-year-old police officer who lost his life, had a passion for honoring fallen first responders, that he wanted to join the honor guard, that a month and a half, I think, into his service, that he signed up to say, I want to go to this you know, fallen officer's funeral. And so it gives you an idea of what kind of man he was. Just looking at some things that have been shared about Officer Paul Elmstrand online. He was 27 years old, born in Cambridge, Minnesota, and that he graduated in 2018 with a criminal justice degree, that he eventually landed at the Burnsville Police Department, and that his faith was very important to him. He loved the outdoors and he loved his family. He married his high school sweetheart. They have 2 children, Maria, who's 2 years old, and Mateo, who's 5 months old. And think about that. I mean, a very young family with a lot of wonderful moments ahead of them, and just sort of this stark cutoff point is so hard to understand and make sense of, and a lot of people trying to find the meaning or why or how could this happen. That sentiment was echoed a lot in the ceremony today. And look at that flag flying between the 2 cranes over Grace Church in Eden Prairie. You're seeing it from the air as we get ready for the procession to eventually take off here. But learning more about these 3 men was also a really powerful moment today. You know, the families need space to grieve and process this, and
that's why we did not see them during the funeral.
Yep.
That was, you know, based on their wishes, which are absolutely, completely understandable. This is so raw for them right now, obviously.
Yeah. We also, you know, we can talk more about firefighter paramedic Adam Finseth as we wait for the procession here. It's nice to take the moment to share more about them. He was 40 years old, lived in Savage, also a father to two. He was born in Faribault and oldest of two children. We've talked about it extensively today, that he served 2 tours in Iraq and that he enlisted after the 9/11 terrorist attacks. Clearly, following that pull to serve the community, to step up and serve the country. But he was specialized too as a paramedic, a SWAT, you know, paramedic, and so specialized within the Burnsville Police Department, but had worked for a number of different departments before landing what I believe his wife Tara described as his dream job, working for the Burnsville Fire Department.
Yeah, and he served on the Health and Wellness Committee, and so that we're talking about not just physical health, but mental health as well. Also serving on the tactical paramedic SWAT team, water rescue instructor, and as something that was pointed out to us a few moments ago, the first thing he would ever ask anyone is, how's the family? That was just his immediate greeting, as he was described as an honorable man serving honorably.
Yeah, and we know his wife Tara and children Liam and Nora are missing him big time today. We want to check back in with Reg Chapman, who is live along the procession route for us. What are you seeing out there, Reg?
Well, Aaron, we are waiting for this procession to get to this area of Burnsville right here at City Hall and where Burnsville Fire Department is. But we are starting to see people actually walk up here to the fire department. Already they removed the tents to expose the vehicles that these first responders use. People are still coming by at this hour, dropping off flowers, bringing teddy bears, paying their final respects. What we're also seeing is, because if you can't tell, I'm bundled up here, it actually is very sunny. It looks great, but it is absolutely freezing, guys. A lot of people we are seeing, you can't see on the other side of me, but there are cars in a parking lot just in front of me. And what we're seeing is people driving into this parking lot. People are parked in their cars to save their space, and they're waiting. They're waiting for the first sign of this procession. Then they will say they will jump out to pay their respects to these fallen first responders. Now, people have been coming here all morning, even during the memorial services today, to kind of stake out their spaces. We've also have our flags that are flying. Our Public Works Department is here to show their respect for these fallen first responders. Here at City Hall is closed. All the offices and facilities are closed. And we see a lot of those workers, even though they have the day off, they did not go to these church services because they wanted to be here to share the space that community is actually coming to bond together, to mourn together, to celebrate the lives of these guys who gave the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. We are seeing people walk up. They're parking up by the ice arena, walking down to pay their respects. Everybody's waiting for their procession. But right now, a lot of people, guys, are sitting in their cars, staying toasty until they see the first sight of these heroes procession coming towards the Burnsville City Hall. We'll be right here waiting for that to happen and bring it to you live when it happens, guys.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Reg. We appreciate you. Yeah, this day obviously is all about these three men, their families, and their colleagues. We've talked a bit about Paul and Adam, so let's take a moment to talk a little bit more about Matthew Rugi while we have a moment. He was originally born in Massachusetts and ended up landing in Reed's Landing, Minnesota. And I love this. This is from his obituary, saying, in time for Matt to develop the best Minnesota accent in the state. And one thing that was interesting to learn about Matthew was that he battled some serious health issues in his childhood associated with Crohn's disease, and finally gained the upper hand on that. But for that reason, he wasn't able to be in the military. That was the first career he was really considering. And so because of his medical condition and his inability to enlist, he immediately thought, okay, there's another way I can serve, and that's as a police officer.
Yeah, and you see him here on your screen. His obituary says he didn't like being the center of attention, but was a rock and foundation for those around him. And we heard so much about his spirit and sort of this playful spirit today is how I would describe what we heard. But another thing about Matt, and this is probably common, you know, if you know first responders in your life, he knew from a very early age that he wanted to protect people and serve his country. And that was innate for him. Like, what can I do to give back? That was what Matt was all about, and he loved spending time with family, friends, his dog Ranger, who I'm sure is missing him. But Wabasha was really the community that he called home, class of 2015, and then has been with the Burnsville Police Department for a couple of years. I believe he joined at the beginning of the pandemic, just 27 years old, so young life, young in his career, but had really grown and blossomed over the last few years. You heard from Police Sergeant Adam Medot, who was with them on the morning that they were killed, saying, you know, these two police officers in particular had grown so much in the past few years in their career. And we know that Matt went through like this FBI hostage negotiation course just this fall, and that he was called upon 10 days ago, the morning that this happened, to be the hostage negotiator in this situation.
And something he did very, very well.
Yes.
Yeah, that he was able to, for hours, continue those negotiations so that others could make their way in to assist and lead to better outcomes.
And I think that Sergeant Medot made the point that you can't reason with evil. It was something to that effect, that it was nothing that he did or didn't do that could have changed the situation, that he really had skill and the heart to do this job, and that he did his very best on his final call. We want to go back out to Adam Duxter, who is live along the procession route, not far from the Prince of Peace Church in Burnsville, where community members were invited to come watch the streaming service this morning. Adam.
Yeah, hi, Aaron. And a lot of those folks, when they left today, they got in their cars, went about a block away to where we're at here on Nicollet Ave and McAndrews Road. And you can actually see kind of over the shoulder here, this parking lot lined up with people that are all in their cars, essentially sitting with the heat on, waiting for this procession to come by. So many people we talked to today said it was not only important to attend that service that was streamed at Prince of Peace Church, but also to be here to pay their respects in person. And so much of what we've heard today from people who live here in Burnsville, who call Burnsville home, is that the last week and a half, ever since that day, has been just such a tremendous show of community support. One thing I heard you and Derek say earlier is people asking, you know, what can I do? But I think what we've seen here in Burnsville is people not even asking what can I do, but saying, hey, this is what I can do and I'm going to do it. And sometimes not even asking permission, just going and doing it. And that's how we saw the convoy was a group of friends saying we got to do something. That's how we saw restaurants giving away days worth of profits, just saying, you know, what can we do? Not, you know, what can I do, is this is what I can do. So again, just a tremendous showing so far today in Burnsville. We're expecting to see even more people when the procession makes it here. Again, we're about a block away from the church where that overflow was sent today, and this will be really towards the end of that procession. So kind of the very tail end is, I think, when we'll see folks passing through here. But still, just an emotional day, and honestly a really emotional, you know, a week and a half, I'd say, for this community here in Burnsville.
All right, thank you, Adam. If we can, let's go back and take a look outside Grace Church in Eden Prairie to just sort of see how things are going there. Unfortunately, we don't have pictures at the moment, but we do know that this procession will get going soon. We know it's going to be long. When you saw the amount of people that were there at the church, and then also at that location, that extra location there that we just saw Adam at, that this is going to be a long procession, and for that reason, city offices are closed today, schools are closed today because of the traffic that's related to it. So really, if you're watching right now, there is still time to place yourself somewhere along the route if you'd like.
We do want to take a moment to acknowledge as well that there are people on duty right now, that there are EMTs and firefighters and police officers that are working in Burnsville, answering calls as we speak, I'm sure, and across the metro, and that this work never stops. It's overnight. It's 24/7. We call 911 and we expect these people to show up, and today is just a good moment to say, we support this part of our community.
And we know so many of the surrounding law enforcement agencies are doing what they can to help fill those gaps so that as many people as possible that were close to and worked with these men are able to be there. So we do appreciate that some that probably wanted to be there are stepping in to fill in those roles of their brothers and sisters here today.
I thought that the memorial service inside Grace Church in Eden Prairie was absolutely beautiful, well done. You don't want to plan something like this, but when you do, if you have to, I mean, that was done extremely well. I thought very thoughtful words that came.
The tone was fantastic. We're going to check in right now with Jason Rantala just to get an idea of what we're seeing outside the Burnsville Fire Department there, as this is one of the locations, obviously, that they'll pass along the procession route. And Jason, you've seen as people have added to the memorial there over the last couple of hours.
Yeah, I saw a few bouquets come in over those last few hours, as we said. Of course, we are at Burnsville Fire Station number 2. This is the first stop for that procession, as we see a City of Edina paramedic vehicle just drive by. I talked to a few of the first responders here. There's some Edina firefighters as well as Wilmington ones filling in at this fire station while the memorial is going on. So let's give you a look. First off, just down the street, you see that we got some vehicles ready to block the road from this procession does hit the streets here. And Derek, you mentioned that memorial, as you see individual, if we can move the camera here, a lot of people very emotional, paying respects. We see those bouquets are new, those glass ones, in addition to we've got balloons and a flag. And down the street, since we last left you, there is an individual in a chair, all bundled up, staying warm, and then another public works vehicle. They're blocking the road. We talked to a few people that are out here saying they're braving the cold. It is frigid outside. Don't let this sunshine fool you. They are out here because they need to honor these first responders that go out of their way to protect them, so they're here to honor them. That was what we kept hearing again and again when we were talking to people out here. So again, we're just standing by, waiting for that procession to roll by, and we'll of course give you the latest images and video when that does happen, guys.
Thank you so much, Jason. We know many people hanging inside their cars or their homes waiting for that moment or when they get closer because it is so cold today. We want to go back to the newsroom. Jonah Chaplain watched the memorial service alongside us and is kind of pulling out some of those moments that really hit home and resonated here, Jonah.
Aaron and Derek, this was, I think, a big moment for law enforcement community, not but really across Minnesota and really around the country too, because, you know, fortunately, unfortunately, Minnesota has been in the news, national news, because of law enforcement and some things that have happened. And here we have now an entire community backing the blue and coming together to really honor the best of police and the best of first responders. And that was mentioned by the mayor of Burnsville, Mayor Elizabeth Kautz, who talked about the outpouring of support that has come from not just Minnesota, but all over the world. Take a listen.
I look over the thousands of people who have gathered here to honor our fallen heroes, our brothers, their families, and our community. I think of the thousands more who are watching online. I think of the hundreds of thousands from across the world who have reached out to us to show us how much they cared about Paul, Matthew, and Adam.
And nationally this year in 2024, there have been about 15 officers that have been killed, excuse me, 18 officers that have been killed nationally. And we have a number of them even here in Minnesota. Over the last 6 to 12 months, of course, we had not just here in Minnesota, but over in Wisconsin, we had Emily Breidenbach and we had Hunter Scheel, who were 2 Wisconsin officers in the Chautauqua area who were gunned down. And then over in North Dakota, we had another officer who was killed, Jake Wallen, in Fargo, which was several months ago. I think this has struck a nerve with a lot of people, and later, of course, we're going to be listening to all of the different speakers. And a reminder that, you know, these are folks that usually work behind the scenes. They are not public speakers. They are not folks to come in and get these kind of accolades, to want the attention. But they did so with honor, with civility, decency, and I think this was as much about the three as it was also about them and their own honor and profession, and ensuring that there's such a positive look on law enforcement in our community going forward.
Yeah, thanks for those thoughts, Jonah. I know it's not something that you anticipate when you sign up for this job. You think you're going to come home, and your family thinks that you're going to come home every night. You know there are inherent risks, but we have seen far too often in our own communities in Minnesota and Wisconsin lately that some people don't come home, that this can be a very dangerous profession, and at the same time that we need the best of the best from our communities to answer the call and to be that guiding light in the worst of circumstances, like what happened 10 days ago in Burnsville. You want people like Officer Paul Elmstrand, like Officer Matthew Rugi, and like firefighter Adam Finseth to show up to those horrible 911 calls, and you want them to go home at the end of the day. And it's really, really tough when that's not what happens, when it doesn't go according to plan. And so that's why we have a day of communal grief here, to show our appreciation for first responders and to show our love and support for the three families here.
Yeah, it's important that we realize that this is essential to communities, to have safety, to have people that are willing to serve, that are willing to sacrifice, that are willing to give up a lot more than time. I mean, they are offering up every day a part of themselves in these different interactions that they have in the community. It takes an emotional and physical toll. It's something that, you know, when you hear this news, you worry, well, will people leave this profession? Will people not want to do this going forward, hearing of these just tragic incidents that have been happening, you know, far too often. And as you mentioned, Aaron, a lot of the actions that these men and women take part in every day are unseen, but to the people that they're assisting, it means the world to them.
And Jonah, we know that our communities are hurting for passionate and, you know, dedicated first responders, that we want the best of our community to serve. And at the same time, it's been a challenge to bring a new group of first responders into the fold.
Well, and the climate for police officers, and I think this tragedy is indicative of what they're running into. Domestic calls, just in Burnsville, which is a city of about 65,000, right? So we're in the southern metro. It's not the biggest suburb of the Twin Cities, not the smallest one, but they get more than 900 calls for domestic disturbances. Now imagine that in Minneapolis. Now imagine that number in St. Paul. Now imagine that number in Plymouth or any other suburb, or up in Duluth or down in Rochester, any other big city. Those calls get exponentially higher. And we're seeing the danger of these domestic calls, the risk to police officers. Out of the more than 500 police deaths over the past 10 years, this is according to FBI data, about 10% of those deaths have come on domestic violence calls. And what we're hearing from officers, what we're hearing from sheriff's deputies, is that when police officers used to arrive at some of these scenes, you know, officers were seen kind of as the arbiter. Okay, you know what, police are here, let's take it down a notch. Now police are seen as sometimes antagonizers, and people say, you know what, the cops are here, bring it on. They've got weapons, I've got weapons. And so we're not seeing the kind of, according to the officers, the kind of respect, the kind of reverence, the kind of awe of seeing law enforcement as a, not really an authority, but as an arbiter, as a helper, as an assistant to kind of neutralize some of the emotional feelings, but instead raising the stakes. And so if it's getting more dangerous, if it's getting more provocative, if it's getting more kind of combative with communities, yes, it's a very tough job to then advertise to a whole new generation of people who may be involved in tech, who want to see all kinds of other careers. How do you get them to come into this when it seems like such a thankless job?
Yeah, but dealing with those criticisms, Jonah, that come out that may not fit them in any way, shape, or form, but all being sort of criticized with the same brush.
And how do you change perception? Because perception and reality may be two completely different things. And I think, and I'm sure that many folks in law enforcement will agree, they could take, if there's a positive that can come out of this, from what you've seen, it was the brokenness and it was the chaos and the incivility of this world that led us to this moment. But if you see the pictures today, decorum, structure, order, civility, pride, these were the kind of things that show that there can be a foundational existence that brings our society together.
And I think that while it's easy to talk about the criticisms and that this is a tough job, I think to turn the page and say that these three men were inspiring, and we don't know that, you know, there are young people watching who may be saying the exact opposite. Wow, I want to be like these three men, that these were the best of the best, that truly got into the profession for the right reasons, that had this sort of selfless bone from a young age. We heard about, you know, Matthew Rugi, in particular, Officer Rugi, saying, you know, middle school, high school, that he wanted to be a police officer. And it was all kind of rooted in serving community and for being the person to give you the shirt off their back. That we heard that Officer Paul Elmstrand wearing simple plain clothes so he could spoil his children
and his wife.
Like that attitude and the example that these three have set, we don't know how many careers they may inspire with this selfless
and we
act.
heard that about Adam Finseth as well, so we make sure we're mentioning all three here. The fact that he had that knack for sensing that something wasn't wrong and had a heart and soul to easing burdens of those around him. And I love what Captain Brandon Johansson said, a quiet courage to stand up for what is right. And that was something that really moved me, because that's exactly what those are the lessons you want to teach your children. That's the way you want them to grow up. Those are the people you want in your community.
Yeah, as examples, we know these three men were working an early morning shift, maybe overnight, not expecting that call 10 days ago to be their last call, but that they showed up every time. Who knows how many calls they answered before this one went awry. And so this is what you're seeing now, is people starting to line the procession route just to say thank you for that service, and to say we see and appreciate the sacrifice that you and your families, we have 3 grieving families now on top of a hurt community, we see that sacrifice, we appreciate it, and we're going to show that we mean that today.
I think what was also important, Aaron and Derek, is as much as you've seen who did speak today, who didn't speak today. You know, the governor was not there. Senators, maybe they were in attendance. But this was really all about the officers today. It was all about the firefighters today. It was all about these servicemen and women who come into this profession knowing they're not going to have the accolades, they're not going to have the attention. And I think that was very poignant, because if we talk about, we're getting into this political year, we have a primary coming up on Tuesday. This was a moment of sheer unity. This was a moment where you saw everyone wearing many of the same uniforms, and they talked about the different kind of uniforms, whether it was the maroon of the state patrol, whether it was the blue, of course, of police, or the white hats from the firefighters, and the yellow, and these kind of colors. And then as you see this flag, the red, white, and blue, and of course you've seen other police flags with the blue and white. There were no divisions here. There was no kind of divisive figure. There was nothing that anyone could say, maybe that wasn't appropriate. It was entirely about what brings us together as a community.
And remembering these three men as individuals, because we've talked about this as a moment of community healing. Maybe it's a moment for some sort of delayed grief of other families that have lost their loved ones in the line of duty, that so many have felt this pain, unfortunately, with their own families, but that this is a moment to recognize these three men for who they were, for what they brought to their community, and for how special and important they were, just showing up to their job every day. Certainly, these are humble men, we've heard, all three of them, not looking for a thank you, which is what we see so often from the first responders in our community. It is a noble profession. We need the best of the best in our communities to do it, and that's what we had in these three men that are being collectively remembered today by the community.
Aaron and Derek, the first call came out at about 1:30 in the morning on that Sunday of the 18th. And of course, these were the first responding officers, but then there were so many more. And so we know these three, of course, because these were the ones that tragically fallen, but there was several other officers on the front lines, including their sergeant, Adam Medot. And until today, we knew him really as the other officer who was shot and survived. But I think it's important to hear what he had to say. First of all, for a man who was just shot 10 days ago, he looked amazing. And to see not just the physical strength, but the emotional strength to get up and talk about one of the most traumatic moments of his life, I think was incredibly inspiring. Let's go now and listen to what he had to say about his colleagues that were there with him, alongside him, but he got to live to talk about it.
I would like to talk briefly and share a few stories about my partners and friends, Paul Elstran and Matthew Rugi. I supervised both of them on nights and was standing with them on their final call. I was one of Paul's field training officers. Although I quickly realized how smart and thoughtful Paul was, he still had his moments. One day we were dispatched to a report of a theft in progress at Macy's. As we pulled up to the store, we saw a vehicle unoccupied and idling in front of the main entrance. Excitedly, Paul yells, "Look, it's the go-away vehicle." I kind of just looked at him in disbelief for a moment before saying, "It's getaway car, Paul." I remember the very first call I went on with Matthew Rugi. I was training a new officer, and Matt had just completed field training himself. We were dispatched to a young lady who was to start an addiction treatment program that day. A van was outside of her house to bring her to the facility, but she had sat down inside a closet and was refusing to leave. I watched Matt and the new officer that I was training work through this call for a while, and it was a disaster. They didn't know what to say or how to say it, and I remember Matt looking back at me. With a face that said, "I don't know what else to do." That's when I had to step in, and I took over all the talking. A little while later, I had talked this young lady out of the house and into the van for treatment. After the call, Matt walked up to me and said, "Thanks, Adam. Man, I really effed that one up." He used the real word, though. Like any other cop, I said back to him, "Yeah, you really did." But I also told him that he was young, and he was new to the profession. I'd been doing this for over a decade. You'll learn, you'll grow, you'll get a lot better. I was standing next to him on his last call, but now it was Matt that was doing all the talking, and now it was me that was looking to him for the answer. I believed in him as a crisis negotiator, and everyone here should know he was doing an amazing job of it. You can't reason with evil. You didn't F this one up, Matt. Finseth, I didn't know you as well as the other two, so unfortunately I don't have any intimate stories to share with you. But I saw you run into the line of fire to save me and my guys. You're the bravest person I've ever known. I will be forever thankful.
There for 7 children, nothing could be more honorable. And we wish Adam, of course, a speedy and full recovery, and to all the officers, even if they weren't physically hurt, certainly emotionally, these are going to be wounded individuals for a long time.
Absolutely, so true. Thank you, Jonah Chaplain. We want to check in again with Adam Duxter, who is in Burnsville, not far from Prince of Peace Lutheran Church, which is one of the stops along the procession route. Adam?
Been talking all day long and really over the course of the last 9 and 10 days about just the strength of this community coming together to show support for those fallen first responders and their families. And today we've seen just a tremendous show of support, and we're along this procession route now. And one of the people who's out here, Aaron, you and I have actually connected in the past, but I saw you out here already. You've got your chair. I mean, what brings you out to just see this procession in person?
I mean, I have lived here pretty much my whole life. I've grown up here. I found my high school jacket from here. This is my home. And I mean, last Sunday was probably one of the biggest tragedies I can even remember since I've lived here. And so it's just really been important the past 2 weeks to just like do anything we can to support our city.
You know, a lot of us who are not Burnsville natives or don't live in Burnsville, we see kind of just the community's support over the last, week and a half or so, and see people say Burnsville strong. I mean, for someone who lives here, how do you feel that, or how do you see that community support yourself?
It's really touching and it's genuine, but at the same time, it's not surprising. We've always been like a pretty close community for a large suburb city type community. Like, I mean, a lot of people grow up here, live here for decades, and we stay here, or we move away and then we come right back. Like, I mean, this is a great place to be, and it's just it's almost a small town vibe in like a bigger suburb.
But you're out here, you've got the chair set up, and you and plenty of other folks who've already started to kind of dot this intersection in anticipation for this procession. I mean, what brings you out, physically out here? Why be out here in person along this route?
I mean, we want not just Burnsville, but we want every other public service officer that's part of the procession to see how much support we have for all of our law enforcement, our firefighters, our paramedics, our public safety, everyone who does all the jobs that we can't do. This is the very least that we can do, is come out and sit outside and like support them this way.
And it's support that I think you're not alone in sharing that. And Derek, I think it's just a testament. Again, so many people today, you say you could have streamed, the service online or on television, or you could watch. And people said, no, I physically had to be here. I had to be here in person because I want those first responders to physically see how much support they have out here. And so, Derek, I think that's just a true kind of just symbolism of what has drawn so many people out here in Burnsville today.
Adam, that so many are hurting in the community, and just being close is important to them, whether that was the people that decided that we're all going to gather together at this overflow. We could have sat, from our couch at home and watched, and it's just better to be in community together in this moment.
Yeah. One of the people we heard from over the past few weeks that stood out to me was a man who was dropping flowers at City Hall and said, we need to put our phones down and stop being so shy and show up sometimes in person. And this is certainly one of those times. You're looking at an aerial view of the procession for the fallen first responders in Burnsville right now. We know that this route is leaving from the church in Eden Prairie, Grace Church, where we had that beautiful memorial service for them just a little bit earlier this morning. And then that route is going to Burnsville from here. It will stop by the police department, the fire department, and the Overflow Church, where Adam Duxter is near. And that it's a very cold day. We should say that. If it were 70 degrees, I bet you we'd see even more people. But we know that folks are staying warm in their cars, and they're going to be prepared when this long and winding procession makes its way to them.
Yeah,
people at home would still have time probably to go out and get along this route if they so choose.
Yeah, and many of those people right now may be watching us on their cell phone in their car to see where this procession is, and just learning more about these men, whether that was through watching the service or watching the stories that we've heard over the last 10 days of how the community really has rallied around law enforcement and the rest of the community all coming together in so many different ways. And Adam making such a good point is that some people, instead of asking, just started doing. They just started figuring out ways to honor, whether that was meals or the blue flowers that we saw a lot of the people walking into church with at Grace Church this afternoon, or if it's raising money, or maybe it's the convoy that we saw on Saturday where people just wanted to come out and be part of that massive convoy that started at Burnsville Center.
And watching this right now, that's another way that you can show support. We've heard that. Well, what can I do? Taking a moment out of your day to watch this. You see the hearses there, one after the other, following that state patrol vehicle, a number of them in the front, and really this time to slow down and collectively grieve and mourn the loss of 3 first responders who died doing the job that they were called to do. And so we're expecting this procession to continue for some time now. Just really this moving show of what can happen, the dangers that first responders in our communities face every day that they go to work.
And you see some of these folks that are already standing alongside the procession route, and we've heard from our reporters this week that as we've seen different events that are honoring, whether it's vigils or processions, that a lot of the same people are coming to multiple events. This isn't a, oh, I'm going to stop out, you know, and do a little something. It's, what can I do today, is sort of the attitude that they're taking.
Yeah, and you just saw, you know, blockers in the street. We know that there's no school today. City offices are closed. This has really been a moment to say we need to shut it down, and we're going to do this right. And obviously there's traffic implications of doing a procession like this. And so really the community of Burnsville, the greater metro, the greater law enforcement community, taking a moment to pause and slow down and step away from everyday life to truly honor Adam Finseth, Matthew Rugi, Paul Elmstrand, and to show that the community really, really cares about them and really appreciates their sacrifice.
One of the things that I don't think we've mentioned in some time is the sculpture that was commissioned by the Burnsville Community Foundation, basically a gift to the city to honor those folks that are in public safety. And those are placed right now temporarily outside Burnsville City Hall at the memorial site for officers Elmstrand and Rugi and firefighter paramedic Finseth. They were not made in the image of anyone specific. They're meant to basically show the spirit of reaching out and protecting those who need help, which these men, of course, did. And something that, as you mentioned, Aaron, they were really called to early on in life. These were loving, compassionate people that, as we heard through so many of the speakers today, that's what they did. Their compassion really knew no bounds. They were always the ones that were trying to stand up for what is right, which made them so perfect for this type of service and the other service that roles that they tried to take over the course of their lives.
You were looking at Highway 13 in Savage, a couple of state patrol officers at the front there, followed by hearses, and after that, countless first responder vehicles. You see the fire trucks, you see the state patrol, the patrol cars. There were 5,000 people, Derek, at Grace Church today, and we anticipate most of them will join this procession. So you are looking at the beginning, you know, the first few vehicles.
Yeah, so many brothers and sisters in uniform that will follow the bodies of these 3 men.
Expect this to go for miles. It'll wrap into Burnsville to pass by, you know, the places where these 3 men spent a lot of time. You have the firehouse, fire station, the police department, and then the church where the community was able to gather. But just a tough sight to see, and something that underscores.
And see the folks that are lining up along the route here.
The flag there hanging from the crane.
All of the officers standing outside, in some cases on top of those trucks and other fire vehicles.
Just a powerful moment, and the whole point of today is to remember and say thank you and have a moment to grieve this loss.
Our Adam Dexter is along the route. He's obviously been talking to people since early this morning about their why for coming out and making sure that these families and everyone in the community really feels this support wrapped around them tightly, especially today after what they've been going through, the pain and heartache of the last 10 days. Adam?
Yeah, Derek, I mean, we've been here in Burnsville every single day since that Sunday, and I think the number one thing you heard from people right away was, one, just the shock.
Might have lost Adam. There we go. Adam, we lost your microphone for a second, so I'm just going to let you actually sort of reset there.
Yeah, not a problem, Derek. Happy to. I think just one of the main things, Derek, that we've heard over the course of the last week and a half, ever since being out here from people in Burnsville, is just one, that it was shock initially, right? That something like this had happened here in this community. But two, also just this feeling that they wanted first responders to know how much that they are valued here in this community. And we've seen it ever since. Just about every single day, something different, some different or new way. People are really going above and beyond to show their support. And as we start to see people line up on this procession route here, I mean, even look across the street, Derek and Aaron, you see the flags that are flying, and we're still hours potentially away from even seeing the first vehicle in this procession. And again, a reminder, it's cold out. But people really have this feeling that they're not going to let any of that stop them from showing their support. You know, we just heard a little while ago from one of the people that's here already, and you say, well, why come in person, right? Why not just watch on WCCO or watch on the news or watch somewhere else? And he said, you know, when this procession comes by, I want the first responders to look out, and I want them to see people, and I want them to know that we are here to support them. And I think that is just so true to why so many people have showed up and continue to show up here in Burnsville day after day after day. So again, we're still a ways from this procession getting here, but people are already lining up to show that support. And it's a community, again, we say it time and time again, we've heard Burnsville strong, but I think it's something that you see in the people, in their resilience, and in their dedication to really show that support over the course of the last week and a half. So I do think, Derek, it's going to be emotional out here when this procession does come by, especially for people that live here in this town. But I do think that folks are dedicated to be here regardless.
Thank you so much, Adam Dexter, live for us along the procession route. And that route just moving to watch the vehicle after vehicle.
Look at how many people are just lined up here.
And if you're wondering, yeah, what sacrifice looks like, you're looking at it. Hearse after hearse after hearse. Just reminders that this is a job that has inherent dangers. And
you can see people also stopping on the opposite side of the road in some cases to watch this procession go by. Maybe didn't know if it would be coming by them as they were traveling today because they didn't know the moment that the procession would come by, but are honoring as well by pulling off to the side of the road, that traffic traveling in the opposite direction.
And look at that. Cars, you know, first responder vehicles for as far as you can see, and it goes on, you know, for miles after that. It is a Wednesday afternoon. I'm sure people had to maybe step away from the office, step away from their busy lives and what they were doing to slow down and take this moment, Jonah.
I'm thinking, in the midst of this tragedy, it's also such a refreshing slowdown of our fast-paced society. This is not an event for a TikTok. This is not something that can be summed up in a 20-second post on Instagram. There was nothing rushed about this. Everything needed its place. Everything needed its time. Everything has an order to it. And that's all about the respect, the valor, the pride in this. And there is a reason that you have to apply in police to become part of the honor guard. There is a reason you have to practice and almost audition, as we learned today that Paul Elstran was doing, to become part of the Law Enforcement Memorial Association Honor Guard, because this needs the dignity and respect that it deserves. And we're seeing that play out. This is not going to be a fast procession. This is going to be one that's methodical. It's one that's going to be patient. And for the people that are sitting in the cold, this is fine with them. They're not looking down at their phones. They're not checking their watches. Everyone there is standing at attention in this time. If we switch gears to think about, again, the moments that led up to this, the tragedy that happened 10 days ago, according to investigators, the man who shot and killed these three heroes of ours fired more than 100 rounds. That obviously put the lives of so many others at risk. And today we heard from one of those for the first time. This was a colleague in the Burnsville Police Department, another first responder officer, Pete Miller, and he was out there with the other officers, and he spoke specifically about Matthew Rugi and how he called it extraordinarily heroic in that his negotiation, his crisis negotiation, it wasn't the use of his weapons, it wasn't shooting back, it was his talking that bought them time and saved lives. Take a listen.
Matt Rugi and I began our careers with the Burnsville Police Department in April 2020. We were sworn in together and we became pals. Badge number 183 was pinned on Matt's chest, and I received badge 184, which made him my senior officer. And on occasion, he would sheepishly remind me of this. And then he'd needle me a little bit more by pointing out that I was very senior to him in age. I think the entire department would attest that it was impossible not to love Rugi. He was smart, self-deprecating, quick-witted, humble. And last year, I watched Matt become a trustworthy resource for his partners, both old and new. And those touched by Matt in his passing must know, as Sergeant Medot mentioned, he was extraordinarily heroic that morning. He negotiated for several hours, which bought us time. And in law enforcement, we know that time is our friend. And the time that he delivered brought countless resources to the scene, which protected many of us. Furthermore, when the unthinkable happened, Matt brought his partner Paul to safety, although he was hurt himself. And Rugi repeatedly risked his life to save our friend, and in doing so, Matt made the ultimate sacrifice.
That those 7 children whom these 3 first responders saved, their lives are irrevocably changed too. What they had to endure, the trauma of domestic violence, the calls that put these officers in danger is because of the violence that exists even within our families and friends. And we know that even in Burnsville, which is a city of about a suburb of 65,000 people, according to their own crime analysts, Burnsville PD responds to about 900 domestic calls, disturbances, domestic violence every year. That's no insignificant number. That makes it one of the most common calls for first responders. And so if that's the number in Burnsville, imagine what it is in Minneapolis, in St. Paul, in Rochester, in Mankato, in Duluth, in Bemidji, and some of the other larger metropolitan areas in the state. This is something that, and of course the proliferation of weapons only adds to the risk, not just to the officers, but to anyone in these households dealing with these crimes.
All right, thank you, Jonah. One of the things that you hope is that the response that we're seeing today, on the scale that we're seeing today, not only has that ability to uplift everyone in the Burnsville community, these families that are dealing with this loss, the friends, the co-workers, all those who serve, but also maybe give some support, some uplift to others in the law enforcement and first responder communities that maybe struggle sometimes, whether it's emotionally or physically, with the demands of this job and the current state of this country and the amount of violence that we see.
Yeah, and those people show up to work every day. You see black and blue bands over the badges of the people who were speaking today, over the badges of thousands of other law enforcement. That is a sign of their grief, and to say we're taking a moment to recognize them. We're going to go back to Adam Duxter, who is live along the procession route just outside the Prince of Peace Church in Burnsville. That was a community gathering point and continues to be one, Adam.
Yeah, that's right, Aaron. And as we get closer to this procession passing through here in Burnsville, more and more people are coming out. We're just down the street from Prince of Peace on Nicolette and McAndrews, and this is a spot that is now filling up. And I've just been talking with folks out here and talking just a moment ago with Kim and Paula, who came out here. And y'all didn't know each other before today, but have just kind of been standing out here talking with one another. And Kim, I want to start with you because you talked about watching on that Sunday morning, seeing stuff unfold. What was going through your mind watching that happen?
I think my first thought was not cops again. That was my first reaction. And then as I started listening to it, it was Burnsville. And then it was the neighborhood where I raised my kids and where I still have good friends that live. And it just set me back for the day. I mean, on and off, tears. And just kind of a disbelief that it can happen in our community so easily. So
we hear so many people say, I have a law enforcement officer in my life. You do as well.
I do. I am law enforcement family. I have a son who is a police officer, and yeah, until you make contact with that person, your heart is just pounding. Even though he is not in Burnsville, you still want to hear from him. You want to hear his voice and hear that he's okay. And so that's what I did.
I'm curious, as a mom, what are the conversations that you're having with your son this week, as this last week and a half? What do you talk about with him?
I think basically this last week has been kind of like the logistics of everything, to be honest with you, because all of the police officers all over are picking up and helping the Burnsville Police Department and the Fire Department, and it was no different with his department. And so it's been more of that kind of thing. But I do know that they've been very, very touched by the outpouring of the communities at large, and certainly their own, law enforcement community, but Burnsville and the communities beyond.
Paula, I want to ask you, you live here in Burnsville. What brings you, physically out here along the procession route today?
Well, it's interesting because I wasn't necessarily planning to come, and I was at work, kind of the last hour of my shift, and was the live news on, was watching it. It was really just moved by just all of the people that were there, just watching the somberness of it all, and I just felt like I had to show up. I just had to show up.
You just felt the calling of sorts to be here.
Yep, I had to be here to show my support and to just witness and yeah, to just be present.
You talk to people around town, and this has been such an emotional week and a half for them. Even if you didn't know these first responders personally, have you felt that at all? Have you felt that emotion? If so, how?
Oh, absolutely. I was in the area by Burnsville Center this last Saturday when the convoy event was going on, and was really just surprised. I didn't know what was happening. I just kind of was there. And just seeing all of the people, all of the lights, all of the cars, all the support, I mean, just gave me goosebumps. I could really feel the energy of the love and support of the community, to see the people come together to support the police and the fire departments and the loss that they've suffered. And for those that are still doing the job, that are doing the job every day and still do.
Last thing I want to ask the two of you, I mean, when I walked up to the two of you, I just assumed that you were here together because you were talking away like old friends. And I think you've seen the last week and a half people really come together regardless of if they know each other or not. And I'm curious if you could speak to that. What does that say just about, you know, the Twin Cities or Minnesota or Burnsville, just that people are so quick to unite in a time when, you know, you're grieving and you're mourning?
I think that we all find out how much we care, and I think we come from different backgrounds, we come from different places, but we don't talk about what police officers do or firefighters do on a regular basis. And then when something like this happens, and I ran into my new best friend Paula, we chat about that, and we find out we both care, and we might care for different reasons, but we all care, and I think that the community at large cares a great deal. So I think that brings us together.
Paula, what do you think?
I think it's a shared process of emotions and going through the stages of shock and surprise and grief and sadness and support, and like, we're human beings, and when we can come together and feel that together, then we feel supported and not so alone in that.
Paula, Kim, I appreciate you both so much. I think it's just such a good insight for people watching as to what goes through the mind and what goes through the heart of people that are living here. And I appreciate your vulnerability in answering those questions, because I think it is really valuable. And Derek and Aaron, I think it's just a great way to show just truly how people have come together in this, and then physically the support that they're going to show as this procession comes by.
Yeah, Adam, hearing those quick common bonds that they were able to find while recognizing, yes, we're all different, but there are certain reasons that we all care. I think that was just wonderful to hear. Thank you, Adam.
And the fact that so many people have a first responder in their life.
There's some connection.
You know, heard from a couple parents of police officers just today, and also to underscore the point that it takes a lot to pull this off. People have to cover shifts for each other. Different departments have to come in to allow the Burnsville Police Department and Fire Department to take the time to participate in something like this. We know the procession is underway. That is going to be happening for the next hour or two, or maybe longer. We're not exactly sure. We'll bring Jonah Chaplain back into the fold in just a moment. But here are some photos.
Yeah, some stills from today.
From today. We had a photographer in place. This is from the Star Tribune, it looks like. But just moments from a really emotional memorial ceremony. We know that these three families have been grieving privately. They're having maybe personal or individual services, but look at this. This was a moment for those salutes and for thousands of people to put a hand on the shoulder of the person sitting next to them, to be in this space. This is the Grace Church in Eden Prairie, together, because it's a really tough day and it's really hard to do by yourself. Just imagine how the three families are feeling.
All right, so now we're outside the fire station with live images here in Burnsville as the procession comes by. We're starting to see the hearses making their way around the corner right now, as we're seeing all the folks that are lined up along the street here to honor taking the hat off, tipping their hat to these men.
And the flags flying as the hearses pass. And you can see more people on the other side of this route.
Can you imagine how emotional it is for those in the procession to see those faces and to see those flags and to see the salutes and the signs of support all along this route? I just can't imagine during this difficult time.
And a moment to recognize that these are the coworkers, you know, the friends and family of officers Paul Elstran, Matthew Rugi, and paramedic Adam Finseth. These are people who worked with them day in, day out. Think about working at a fire station. You know, you spend a lot of off time together, you know, joking around, having those family type moments. And so this is a job where you're together overnight, on holidays. Look at that salute.
And that's what was nice about the memorial, was the stories that we got to hear, because we definitely got that sense of family among the officers and a sense of understanding that, you know, you may think of some of these folks as very serious because of the serious work that they do, but we got to hear about their playful side, their senses of humor, how they like to joke around, some of the nicknames they had for each other. I think it was great that we were able to, you know, get that even more humanized understanding of who these three men were.
And they will be missed. See, there are people waving inside the cars to people outside in the cold. Look at all the hands going up, the wave and the kind of mutual appreciation happening in Burnsville right now. After a really tough 10 days.
And I think when you see the amount of support on the level we're seeing it here, is I hope that gives them a sense that, yes, they're going to be missed, but that these men and their families are never going to be forgotten, that the community is going to continue to make sure that they wrap their arms around them. This isn't just this 10 days. Grieving is a very long process, a difficult process with bumps along the road for sure, and just knowing that they can lean on each other and also lean on others in the community is going to be so key in the days and months to come.
Look at that. You see little ones out there. You see the hand over the heart, the salute, the stuff that most people just don't have time for, don't make space for in day-to-day life. We're all busy. And this is a really poignant moment, like a really powerful way to physically show up to support the first responders in our communities.
And you hope it starts, you know, some conversations, and you hope it also, you know, allows people to maybe remember more often. As we've talked about, Aaron, a small thank you to someone in law enforcement or a first responder, or asking them about their service, can mean everything.
The salute again and the flag. Just a moment to stop and recognize what's been lost. And we just heard the procession is getting closer to the police station. We know our Reg Chaplain's been stationed out there, kind of waiting for people to trickle out of their cars. It is a very cold day, and yet we see people lining the streets here of Burnsville.
And that is a location that has been visited frequently over the last 10 days due to the memorial that is located there at Burnsville PD.
Sometimes people just need a physical place to go to. We live in a virtual world increasingly. And while you can watch this, you know, today in that way, look at how many people stepped outside of their homes and, as Jonah said earlier, you know, put the phones down and are taking this time to just be in the moment. You've seen little ones out there, young and old, all ages, all different flags. Today we've been seeing the American flag, but also the thin blue line, but also the thin red line. It's not a flag I've seen much, and you're not necessarily looking at it there, but that was, you know, for firefighter Adam Finseth.
So now we're outside Burnsville Police Department, and we're seeing the procession making its way through here, and again, a lot of folks along this route in support too.
Yeah, on a very chilly Wednesday afternoon. It's a work day. No school today in Burnsville. City offices are closed, but for many other people, right, it's a Wednesday afternoon, and they're taking the time to show up.
And whether that's getting off work early or deciding to take a personal day to be able to, you know, grieve with the rest of the community and also show support for our law enforcement and first responder community during this most difficult time.
Yeah, there were 5,000 people at the memorial service, 5,000 first responders and family members. You can imagine how long this procession is. All of those, you know, first responders then hopping in the car or the rig that you see there and making their way from Eden Prairie to Burnsville here. This is, again, outside of the police station, City Hall, city offices. And while it feels good for the people on the route, it feels good for the people in those cars, I'm sure, as well.
Absolutely. And we should mention, for those that maybe didn't get a chance to watch the memorial live with us earlier today, we got started around 11:25 or so. We are going to be showing it here on CBS News Minnesota at 7 o'clock tonight. So something to keep in mind. Obviously more coverage throughout the day here on the stream, but if you're looking specifically to see the memorial in its entirety, that service at church, you're going to be able to see that tonight at 7 o'clock here on CBS News Minnesota.
And if you're wondering how to help, beyond watching today, or maybe you're stationed along the route watching, or it's enforcement laces, and we have that information on our website. I think it's important to underline because so many people want to give to these families. We know that fund will go to them directly, and that it is the singular verified fund to contribute to the families of the fallen. We want to be sure you know that as you may turn to the internet to say, well, where can I donate money? Where
and
can
something else will pop up possibly in a search.
Yeah, just be cautious about that and be mindful that there is a fund set up through the law enforcement labor services that you can donate to if you feel moved to do so.
You can see outside here, City Hall, a number of the city workers along with some other folks that are lined up there.
And kids.
Yep.
"27-year-old officers, Paul Elstran and Matthew Rugi, very young in their lives and their careers.
And Adam Finseth, only 40, with a wife and 2 young children, Liam and Nora.
Yeah, serving his country in the Army, and then serving the city of Burnsville, and 2 tours in Iraq. You don't expect to come home and for this to happen. It's a very tough and emotional day for the city of Burnsville, the Twin Cities, Minnesota, Wisconsin, but the greater law enforcement community is having a moment today. But let's remember the 3 families.
Yeah, today is about them for sure.
And this procession really for them. That show of support. Here's another view. This is outside the Prince of Peace Church That is in Burnsville, and it was open to the community to fit 2,000 extra people on top of the 5,000 that were in the church in Eden Prairie, just to have a space to come together and watch the memorial service. And you see that procession, sort of this endless line of lights making its way past, and there are the hearses. This goes for miles.
When you think about the length of this route and how many people we've seen lined up along the way from shortly after it started in Eden Prairie, now into Burnsville. And a lot of these folks, we know if they weren't waiting outside here by the side of the road, they were waiting in their warm cars, possibly watching some of the coverage on their cell phones, waiting for this moment in particular to be able to say thank you and say we're here and we love you and we just want to support you during this tragedy and the difficult time that now follows.
And to recognize the families, yes, the people in this procession, yes, who are going through a tough time losing one of their own, but then also the first responders that are at work right now, who are responding to calls, who can't watch this or can't be part of this because they're at work protecting our communities. And it's a good reminder for everyone, a very somber moment today, and just this moment of levity and a reminder of the sacrifice.
And I think what's been incredible, and you know, our entire team has done such a great job of showing the constant support over the last 10 days, and we've seen it in so many different ways. You know, people who were called to action to do something to be able to support these grieving families and everyone in the law enforcement and first responder community who are going through so much. And we're seeing evidence of that right now as you look at all of these folks that are standing by, many of them saluting, many holding flags.
Waving. The waves, the hand over the heart.
And obviously there are a lot of different elements to the story that we've been gathering, not only with the reporters that you've been seeing live through our coverage all day long, but others that we're going to continue to share with you tonight on here on CBS News Minnesota, but then also on TV at 4, 5, 6, and 10 o'clock here as we get into our afternoon and evening programming on TV as well.
Yeah, it's so easy to get busy, to get wrapped up in what you're doing, your daily life, your problems, and this is just kind of a moment to ground everybody in that realization that this is what it takes, that we need first responders in our community, and sometimes the worst case scenario happens.
And that so much of their work is really, Aaron, as you're alluding to, it's unseen work, a lot of it. It's thankless work often. And they go in not knowing what is ahead when they go to really any of these calls. They don't necessarily know what they're going to expect when they arrive on a scene, and they react in those difficult moments with a lot of empathy and compassion for the people involved.
We know that Officer Paul Elstran was wanting to be part of the Minnesota Honor Guard, to be, there to honor other fallen first responders, that he was very passionate about it. And of course, not knowing that thousands and thousands would do that for him. I think that shows the kind of person he was.
Yeah, how dedicated he was, to assisting families that have lost officers, and now his family dealing with it directly.
We have firefighter, father of two, husband, Adam Finseth, who served our country in the Army, 2 tours in Iraq, now served the city of Burnsville, and we learned this morning really died trying to protect other police officers, was the person to go in first. And you're back outside the police station now in Burnsville as bus after bus, ambulance after fire truck, after state patrol vehicle makes its way along this procession route to honor the 3 fallen first responders. And you have those community members standing at attention there with the flag waving, saying thank you. You also have fallen officer Matthew Rugi, who we learned today was the crisis negotiator, was the trained crisis negotiator in this situation, was the person trying to buy time.
And bought hours and hours of it.
For others to get into place safely. These are the 3 people, who went in first and who were brave until the very end, trying to do their jobs.
It says a lot about them in their ability to, we heard about their work ethic, but when there's a major challenge, to rise up in those moments in an effort to protect others, knowing that they're in such difficult circumstances.
Look at that sign.
You can see the sign to the left of the one that we're showing there with the names of the 3 men and the words "never forget."
And even the youngest, coming out, making the signs, putting those American flag stickers on that board, and just showing their support.
And their parents obviously having those conversations with them about the importance of law enforcement and first responders and their role in our community, and understanding why it's important that we take this time here this afternoon to honor these 3 men.
Our coverage is going to continue live on CBS News Minnesota. We will, of course, be back as well for the news at 4, 5, 6, and 10, and we appreciate you taking time out of your day to join us to honor these 3 fallen first responders.
Have a great afternoon.